So, we are very late, but we're here. And we're here with something a little special. Specifically, it's another Lurkit special. So, we received a key for this game here, NordHold, about a couple days ago. I was actually surprised I got this one, considering I asked for it kind of on a lark because I looked at the metrics they were looking for and it didn't really seem like I was going to get it, but here we are. I got it. So, you might be wondering, what is NordHold? The simple answer to that is, well, it's very much in my wheelhouse, which should tell you everything right off the bat there, but it's a tower defense roguelite. What do those things mean? Well, you defend a Nordic town with towers, and when you lose, you restart. It's that easy. Nothing too complicated there. I've already run through the settings, but I'll walk y'all through them right quick. You got a lot of decent video settings to work with. If you want to limit the frame rate, you can, but that only affects it if V-Sync's off. I'm going to leave that on because for things like this, it generally behaves. Good amount of sound settings, including a mono audio setting, which is interesting in this day and age. Ambient sounds can be turned off if you get tired of them. You got the ability to change all of the quick keys for everything, as well as a ton of other keybinds, which is nice to have. I won't end up using them because I am a heathen who usually just clicks everything, but good to have those options, including these two different run-in background options. The game itself will run in the background, and you can choose to have it not play music while it's in the background. I turned it on because I'm going to be occasionally clicking out of the game for the purposes of the stream, and I wouldn't want y'all to be without music. It would be a tragedy if you were stuck with me, myself, and I, and nothing else. You can all see the ideas there. Without further ado, let's get this ball rolling, though. I'm going to skip the tutorial because I did do some prep work, but I reset all the progress from it so that we could walk through the beginning together as if I hadn't. Yeah. And this is another nice thing. You can repeat the tutorial at any time, but I know what I'm doing, so we're good. Before I get into the tower defense aspect, I'm going to show you the most unique addition that this game has, at least right on the immediate screen, and that is there's town building attached to it as well. You actually have to build up resources by allocating workers and assigning buildings. Like, as you saw there, I just built the gold mine, which all have individual upgrades. These red upgrades over here, as it says at the top, are meta progression. As you gain honor through clearing waves and taking out enemies and such, you can purchase the meta progression upgrades as you go. You literally can grab them on the fly mid-run, which is really nice. Every single building has its own set of meta progression, including your castle, which has a lot of them. We won't be going through all of those right now because it's a lot, but that gets you the basic idea of those. Your lumber camp here. You'll also notice that there's a lot of in-run upgrades, like getting more wood production. Basically, every production building has, hey, pay gold, get more production per worker. Simple things like that. I'm gonna split my workers between my wood and my gold here to make sure that we're getting both. Gold is actually more and less important than you might think simultaneously. Gold is the only way you can upgrade your tower's stats, which we'll get into here in a second when I put a tower down. But as mentioned before, it's also the main way you upgrade all of your production buildings. Resource management's actually a kind of big deal for this game. I started getting really in trouble in one of the 2 test runs I did because I was being very lazy with my resource management. But the other thing Honor is for is unlocking towers. At the start, you only have arrow towers. These are all the towers that are in the game as far as I'm aware, it's just these 8 here. But they actually can get some really neat modifiers through things like these banner choices you see up here. So before you go, oh, there's not much here, there actually is more than you might think. So just bear with it on that one. Follow along, it'll be okay. And there's also these outposts, but you need to get supply depots first. And you'll notice there's some empty space over here. That's because there's buildings that will open up as you play the game more. Like there's a pretty detailed unlock system that happens as we go. But for now, just our arrow tower. And you'll notice these little numbers here, and you can immediately tell what those do. if you look at it, but the short version is the higher you place a tower, the farther it can shoot. So, as long as you're not placing it somewhere stupid, you probably want to always place it as high as you can. And when I hit explore here, it'll add another set of hexes on the map here, basically expanding their path as you go. Your path is not set in stone, necessarily. I mean, I guess it is, because this looks like stone, but you get the point. You get what I'm saying. For the first wave, we're only going to need the arrow tower, but this is what I was talking about with upgrading your towers. You can actually even set them to auto level. You can upgrade any stat that a tower has, individually. And as waves go by, these costs will go down by 5 every wave, which is really nice. And it'll prompt you by showing a level up over the tower once it's at 0 cost, so you can't... well, I won't say you can't miss it, because I missed it a couple times because I wasn't paying attention. But either way, and you can set their priorities very detailed over here. Like, you've got highest and lowest health, most and least block, most and least armor, based on their progress, like furthest forward, farthest back, whatever's closest to the tower or furthest from the tower, fastest enemy, slowest enemy. This one's neat. The fact you can have your towers focus on the thing that spawns minions is actually very interesting. This one's my favorite. Just go ham, just shoot wildly. You'll shoot something somewhere. I just find that really funny that that's an option. This one's also very useful, barrier carrier. We'll get into that when barrier enemies start showing up. Grouping. I didn't realize this one was here. I was actually looking for this when I was doing my test runs because of the volcanic mortar towers. They were kind of shooting stupid, and I just completely blanked out on that one and missed it completely when I was looking for it. Why would you want them to focus on things that are immune to attacks? I didn't encounter this mechanic when I was testing, so I don't actually know how that'll interact, but we'll figure that out later. Regenning enemies, enemy with most or least bleed, because there are towers that'll stack bleed. Just very good. Very happy that they have a detailed priority system, and you can actually have multiple priorities, like see priority 1, 2, 3, etc. And it'll go in a hierarchy based on that and figure out what it wants from there. Yeah, we shouldn't need more than just that arrow tower for the first wave, so we'll just let them loose. And you can see the terrain generation in process there. And there is a chance where branching can occur and things like that. Some of your hero choices, which we'll see once we get to wave 5, can impact then. Some of your banner choices will also impact that. Yeah, wave 1's done. Now we're back in the economy phase, which happens between every attack. And there is, so far, no timer for waves. I don't know if you can make one happen or anything. But you can spend as much time as you want in the economy phase as far as I can tell. Just do whatever you want to get your town built up however you wish, as long as you can afford it. Speaking of... let's go ahead and get a mill built, because in order to get more workers, you have to hire them by feeding them. And in order to have enough room for workers, you need to keep building up the housing. So, you see the two go hand in hand there, so you kind of need a mill. Unless you get one of the banners that lets you work around that, but we'll get to that when that happens. Go ahead and get us another worker so he can go work the mill. So now you see we're actually gaining that resource every wave as well. And buff that up a little bit as well. We have 8 honor, so we can't do anything yet. There. Buff up our wood production a little bit. Like, I'm just gonna kind of share the gold around a little bit. Right here. We won't worry about reducing the cost of workers because I already wasted the opportunity for that. I also did this completely backwards. If you're a smart person, otherwise known as not me right now, you go to the castle first if you're going to do a round of upgrading, is you should buy the cheaper upgrades before you spend all of your money. Also, all these towers are going to have independent resource costs for making them. You might just kind of figure that one out. There's also an inflation based on how many towers of the same kind you make. Notice how it says right there, price increase per tower. So, just bear that in mind as well. You can't just spam around a ton of the same tower and expect to do great unless you're making a lot of that resource. You'd also zoom in pretty close. And the models are actually pretty good, too. Yeah, I've not really looked at them in detail, but you can tell exactly what that's supposed to be, so that's the important part. That's another wave done, another economy phase. We don't actually have enough wood this time, which is a shame, but it'll be fine. You saw how well we swept up that wave, so not too concerned. Another smart thing to do is actually making the tavern early on, because it has a percentage bonus to all productivity. Hey, they're extruded, yeah. The towers aren't tilted yet, but they might get there. Or if I make too many mistakes. Hope you're doing well tonight. Yeah, yeah, we'll go ahead and grab Procreative Power, because now we can actually afford a worker. There we go. Yeah, we'll assign you on wood. There we go. 24 a wave should make it a lot easier to keep affording things. I debated keeping the progress I had made. Everything is as fine as it can be when the original plan breaks down. It is what it is, though. This is why backup plans exist. This is what I was talking about with how these banners can be really interesting. Like, you can actually turn your arrow towers, which are all we have, into burst fire. Or which is kind of neat. Or make them do bleed, or just make them shoot faster in general. I haven't actually tried the burst fire towers, so we'll try that. Get our upgrade. Just have you do more damage. Unlock volcano mortars. We can slap one of them down. Right chop is, remember, the path is going to extend. And we will have them prioritize the largest group. Actually, no. Largest group with least health. This way they actually can kill. And there's these tower fusions that I have not figured out yet. That are based on the banners you get. I don't entirely know what that means, but we'll figure that one out as we get there. And of course, if you're interested in picking up the game, the Lurkit command will get you the store page if you are so inclined. I forgot to turn on the automated version. That'll pop it every hour, but I'll probably just pop it myself in a little bit to make sure people get to see it if they are so inclined. It came out 2 or 3 days ago? Something like that? Not that long ago. Double check my words on that one. 4 days ago. Do I want to put another tower down right now? Nah, we're fine. What we have here should be good enough. And as you can see, the volcano mortar just lobs out all of fire that destroys whatever it lands on. Right now it's not that impressive because it's not leveled at all, but it'll do a decent job. Your free upgrade is going to be Crit Chance. Crit Chance, as you can see there, gives it 10% each time. Arrow towers seem to do really well with critical hits, since they either shoot very fast or, like our current situation, get burst fire. I'm not gonna worry about getting stone right now. Let's grab the tavern. As you can see, it guarantees you a 20% bonus, or more if you add Swift Service, but that's neither here nor there. Later on, you can unlock an ability that'll cost grain, or wheat in this case, I should say, to buff that bonus further. You can actually, like, scale your resources crazy with it done properly. Right now, we'll just grab one hit of Swift Service so we have a 30% bonus, rather than paying for individual upgrades on all the other ones. But we can't afford anything now, so that's gonna potentially lead to us leaking a little bit, but we'll see. Look at them go. Look at them all run in the maze like rats. Rats that are gonna meet a fireball. Like that. Yeah, I believe there was either like a prologue version or a demo version that was out for a bit, which is how I originally caught wind of this game. And then, obviously, this is the full version. There we go. Now we can choose our hero, Karam, Assam, or Tamaka. As you can see, they all come with a pair of spells, which you can only use like twice per wave, based on however much energy the hero has, and comes with a bunch of upgrades. Like, SM will bring a chest that is going to give us random stuff. It also reduces the chance of branching on any paths you end up gaining. Or we can get an extra banner from Tamaka and 40 gold. Or extra elite chance. Tower upgrades -1 in gold per tower level is not that impressive, in my opinion. Unless you have high level towers. If your towers are well leveled, then that's actually huge. Right now, though, it doesn't do much for us. So I think I'm actually going to take Tamaka for the bonus banner. Even though I do really like most of these other spells. Arcane Explosion's okay. I've never actually used Ice Strike before, so this will be interesting. And we got Barbed Arrows for our arrow tower. Works for me. I wasn't sure if it was going to be a banner choice or just straight up given a banner, because I didn't actually take the hero choices that had that before. And now you see we have 2 of the arrow tower type banners. Collect 9 banners of the same tower to gain a unique banner of that tower type. Each fusion or unique increases the requirement by 3 per banner. Oh, that's how fusions work. I didn't even realize this tooltip was here. Collect 3 banners from 2 towers to perform a fusion. And then the requirement goes up per fusion and unique by 1. Okay. Very good. Very good. Like, this is what I'm talking about. I tested this game for 2 full runs, which was a few hours. And I still am learning things about this game. That's the sign of a good put in deep game, in my opinion. If you have more and more you can keep learning. I'm not gonna build the house right now because I think I want another tower first. What we're gonna do right now is we're actually gonna pivot out of the wheat gain into wood a bit more. Is you can reassign your workers as much as you please, as long as, you know, you have enough workers to assign in that way. We have enough gold, though, so that I can grab tax burden. Now every worker gives us money, and will also make all of our buildings that much cheaper, which should help solve the building more houses issue. Hopefully the music's loud enough. Looks like it's loud enough on the meters. Because it's interesting music. Nothing, like, resounding, but it's interesting. Especially with the, like, almost ghostly wail that was in the back there for a little while. Oh, we are leaking. Oh, that's a delayed spell. I didn't realize Ice Strike was going to take that long to happen. That's what I usually save my spells for, is killing off the leakers. But you have 10 health, so it's not too bad. There we go. We can upgrade our barbed arrows, increase the fire rate of our towers, or get one of my personal favorites, Magma Field. Every time the volcanic mortar hits the ground now, it's going to leave a burning field that damages enemies as they walk through it. It's very helpful. It's a great way for when these don't end up landing where you need them to cause damage to everything that comes through. We'll go ahead and up its fire rate a little bit. You gotta be kind of careful, though, with the fire rate upgrades and some of the other ones, because almost all the upgrades are percentage-based. So, like, in this case, it doesn't actually raise the fire rate that much, but every little bit helps. Now then, build the house. Yeah, we don't have enough wheat for another worker because the price gets really high. That's fine. And I don't have enough gold for that. We're in a slightly dicey position at the moment, but we will be okay. And have you hop back onto the wheat, though, so we can actually get another worker. You're down to 10 costs, so we'll go ahead and upgrade your attack early. Just to hedge our bets. Thankfully, the path will continue to get longer, which will buy us time, except for the fact that we have nothing up there. You can see the fire on the ground in action there, and they will continue to burn for a tick or so after they leave the fire as well, which helps chip their health down. It's very good against some of the slower enemies you'll encounter later. But it's obviously no slouch against the faster guys either, because the little bit of ticking it does do chips them down reasonably well. We're going to throw an ice spike down into that. Okay, good, they did get him. You saw me immediately go for him, like, no, let's get that guy. Keep him from getting through. Arcane explosion, all that, because these guys are a little more durable. Give the arrow towers plenty of time to chew on them. You don't carry over energy as far as I can tell, so you may as well use it if you got it. There's no point hanging on to it. Go ahead and get us that other worker. Let's get that quarry now so we can actually... Because we need stone to be able to make volcano mortars. That's why you haven't seen me put any more of them down. I've just fumbled my build order here compared to what I've been doing before a little bit. You know, typical streamer brain. You're talking about what you're doing and you forget to do some of the things you usually do. As a result. Get you some crit chance. I'm so tempted to upgrade that further right now, but let's not do that. Off you go then. You can also click on them and see what kind of statistics they got going on and things like that. It can be a little tricky to click on the one you want, though. See how that guy's got 1,000 health? Yeah, I think every 1,000 is a blue health bar, and in the hundreds is green health bars. I think that's what the definition there was. Little details like that are what the tutorial would have been nice for, because I'm gonna forget those. But I know what I'm doing. Relatively speaking, as you can see by how this is going. As we continue to leak harder and harder because I have mismanaged my resources horribly this time. Yeah, no, I've botched this real bad this time. Of course, the first run when I start streaming this ends up being a complete disaster when I had 2 very smooth runs in testing. Business as usual. It's fine. We got a bunch of honor, and I'll be able to show off perks just fine that way, and we'll keep going. But as you can see, we've earned the brewery, which attaches to the tavern, and the trading post, which is also quite useful. More importantly, we can now have an overview of all of the buildings we have unlocked and all of the meta progression attached to all of them. In my particular case, there's one specifically I'm looking for, this one. Eternal Glory. It gives you 20% more honor for every wave and boss kill. We're not going to get that many bonuses otherwise right now, but it'll benefit us a lot in terms of our overall benefit. Since we can afford a bit, though, still, let's go ahead and grab a Bedrock Boon and an Auric Start so we have a little bit of extra stone and gold at the start of every run. Yeah, now we just start again. And you also get a starter bonus on every attempt other than the tutorial run. So, first tower gets a common banner choice, or you start with 40 extra wood. Let's take the common banner choice, because that's more interesting. Now, let me be a bit smarter this time. Which is going to be building the mill first. So we have the production, be able to build housing, and actually buy the cheaper upgrades first this time, Genius. This way we can get some of that out of the way to begin with. You'll note we have access to the volcano mortar immediately because things that are purchased with honor stay with you. Go ahead and make that cheaper as well. I'm not going to be placing more than just the arrow tower down right now. This is what it meant with the bonus we had, is you gain a guaranteed arrow tower reward the moment you place an arrow tower. And this is actually the perfect one, Timberwind Mark. It gives us wood production on our arrow towers and makes them do extra damage. It's just good. Why wouldn't you want that? It's free wood. Speaking of, since we only need the one arrow tower, let's go ahead and put the gold mine down as well. I won't put any workers in it immediately. Actually, no, I have 3. I forgot about the extra one. So yeah, we'll just split between the 3 of them immediately then. That's fine. Off you go. See, that wave's just a nothing. There's nothing to worry about there. I could probably get away with just skipping building a tower for this wave as well. In fact, let's build an early house this time. No, I did miscalculate. We're gonna leak 1. That's fine. I usually end up grabbing one of the fire speed upgrades rather than a heavier hit right off the top, so I thought it was going to be able to compensate. Answer? No. No, it did not. We can place the volcano mortar with a pretty commanding view of this area, which should give us a bit better of a starting point there. Hire the additional worker, toss him straight onto the lumber mill. And we're actually going to move another one over to lumber because we are hurting for that still at the moment. Yeah, you're down to 5 cost to upgrade something. We won't worry about that yet. Yeah. I know nobody's working that right now, but understand that that's all part of my cunning scheme. And by all part of my cunning scheme, I mean I'm making this up as I go along. Which really shouldn't surprise anyone. May have actually been wiser of me to have built the volcano mortar first, because of the AoE from it. Oh, this one's a fun one too. Each volcano mortar begins to uncontrollably throw magma balls at random enemies. It shoots faster, but can no longer be controlled. It goes into circulating, which is random fire mode, but it gains near 50% faster firing, so it just starts lobbing bombs. The good news is, it's still guaranteed to target an enemy, you just don't know which enemy it is. So that's a fun one. We'll take that. The downside is... Actually, no, this is one that does fuse, so if we get one more of each of these, we'll actually see our first tower fusion. And see what that does. Get you your free level up. In this particular case... It's already gained a damage buff from the bonus it has, so let's just buff that damage further. Keep it in position of just one-shotting enemies. Grab that quarry. We'll be able to get that other worker soon, TM. I feel like I'm still making a mess of the progression there, but it's fine. We'll work it out as we go. Yeah, there's the random targeting kicking in a little bit. Oh, I forgot that this is the wave where the double health bar guys show up. So that was another error. I'm actually making more errors this time than the last attempt. Best not to think about it too hard. I'm sure it'll be okay. Totally not coping incredibly hard right now at all. Nope. Not in the slightest. You can also place a tower after exploring if you end up seeing a better position. Which right now I might actually do because these positions are kind of bleh. First, let's think about this for a second. I feel like I'm just very poor right now. Let's spend our honor to get some extra health. You'll notice it immediately takes effect, which is nice. But at the rate I'm making errors, it's probably a good idea to have that extra benefit. It's not that much extended range, but it covers a good amount of the ground they're covering over here. So it'll chip them down a little bit before they get round the bend. And since it's aiming at the highest health, it should target the double health bar guys a bit. Yeah, that's actually holding decently now. Okay. All we needed was just a little bit more firepower. But that's the problem with the random targeting, is sometimes it targets something that's already going to die. Okay, we got Merrick, Valley, and Paxton. Valley brings a chest and 40 gold. Merrick brings a banner and extra elites. Cheaper upgrades of both towers and buildings are what Paxton brings to the table. None of them have the spell I'm looking for.
Let me in. Let me in.
Hello, Japer. How you doing? We'll take Valley with the chest and the gold, because we need more gold. As you can see, you get to choose between 3 choices with the chest, which is nice. Let's take the stone. I'm doing alright. Had a little bit of agitation because our initial plan for today backfired in a glorious way that led to me dealing with 2 hours of tech issues, but we're having a good time now. Oh yeah, and as you can see, the volcano mortars have 0 crit chance. Howdy, Snork, how's it going? Let's go ahead and just buff its damage. Increasing its range with where it's positioned isn't going to change too much. But I do want another mortar, and I think it's a good spot right here. Nice. I do still have some tea left from earlier, which has been helping. I see you've acquired a golden kappa there, Snork. There we go. Get the tavern up so we can get that global production bonus up to a nice 40%. Which is what I grabbed the gold for. Still worker locked a little bit here, which is unfortunate, but it'll be okay. Summon the next wave. And we'll just watch how this plays out a little bit. Arcane Strike is very similar to Arcane Explosion. Fireball, I assume, is just as you'd expect, a fireball. I've not actually used this one yet either. You know, in fact, let's have fun. Boom. Yes, it is exactly what you'd expect, a fireball. You know what? No sense hanging on to the magic because it gets refreshed every round anyway. There we go. No more leaking. Make our mortars bigger, can get the fire field back, or faster. Oh, the burst fire arrows again. Now we'll take the fire field back, especially now that I have 2 of these up. Ooh, yes. We have enough honor to get the arc towers now. They cost a mix of wood and stone, as you see there, and they're chain lightning. Chain lightning is always fun. These symbols you see here, by the way, will extend the range of whatever tower is placed there. Since they keep seeming to spawn on lower platforms, I'm not really sure how much value they have, but I'm sure there's a situation where they can be useful. Hire on another worker so I can start getting some more stone in. And we'll actually pull back from the wood so we can get more gold. And we'll place our first arc tower down right there, actually, yeah, because it'll reach over into here occasionally. And it's just one of those... What are those orbs called? The ones that you see on, like, science trips and such, where you touch your hand to it and your hair stands up and all that. It looks like one of those orbs. But you'll notice right now it only jumps once and does 70% damage. There's banners that'll let it jump more and do some interesting things as we go. But as you see, it's pretty potent. It is one of my favorites, even if it's not, like, the best tower. I just enjoy chain lightning towers. Any kind of, like, bouncing attacks and such are fun to me. Oh, there's a good quantity of them there. Boom. I'll save the other shot for if anything leaks through. So, looking at how things are going right now, I don't anticipate too much of a leaking problem. This one guy just running for his life, and he's dead. Real shame for him. Continue buffing the damage on that tower, and we will actually start building crit chance for that one. Since we got all this wood, let's build a house. Yeah, exactly. Just real shame to be that guy. That guy in particular. Oh yeah, and as you can see, based on what I was talking about before, as new buildings were unlocked, we now have more on this map here, like the trading post down here. It actually took me a while to realize it was there when I unlocked it, because I usually was zoomed into the same level you see now, and I would stay viewing either here or here. So if you don't scroll the right way, you don't realize it's there at all. A little bit unfortunate, but you pick it up as you go. And if you ever zoom out, you'd figure it out pretty quickly. I can't get the last level of service yet. Yeah, there's not much else we can do up there at the second. Do I want another arrow tower? I don't really think I do. I think we're fine. Yeah, see, we had an energy left over and we only go back up to 2 still. They have a 2 energy cap. If you could store up energy, it would be honestly kind of busted. Fireball for fun. Yep, now we got the 1000 HP, guys, so this is gonna get a little bit more risky. Because our tower setup is a little thin at the moment. Much like our last one was. So I've been mucking about with the infrastructure a little too much. I really should be focusing down on that a little better. Because based on how I did in testing, I can guarantee you that it's human error right now that's causing the issues we're having, not actually a difficulty being too high. Well, obviously RNG has an effect. Hey ABC, how's it going? Look at them all just marching to their death. Alright, good night ABC. There we go, we've unlocked the statue, which unlocks immediately and is down there. Strengthens a specific tower type. It'd be that way sometimes, but I'm glad you popped in. Yeah, we'll actually build the trading post. I've actually never used the trading post. Oh, it's another way to gain gold. That makes sense. And you can get guaranteed starting gold from it with meta progression. Okay. And you use the gold to trade for individual things. Which that is what it said on the tin, so we knew that was coming. We need 30 more wheat to buy more people. Or I spend the gold making it cheaper. Which would only knock the price down another 10%. So it'd go down to what, 65? Now. We'll bide our time for now and just raise the amount of gold we're making. I could have sold, like, stone and such to make more gold up to do that as well, but no sense worrying about that right now. And we will slap another arc tower down on this high point right here. Get you a little bit faster firing. I don't think firing speed is efficient for mortars, but I keep finding myself doing it anyway. Like, I feel like that's another one of the ones that gets filed under do as I say, not as I do. And the enemy types may seem a little basic at the moment, but rest assured, there are more enemy types coming. We just haven't gotten to them yet. We just gotta live long enough to get to a far enough wave where things start getting more complicated. But obviously the implication was there already when you saw things like enemies that spawn at other enemies and barrier enemies and things like that in the focus list. We're actually doing alright damage-wise at the moment, since they're only like halfway through and they're getting pretty chewed up. Obviously the fast guys are making it decently far, but they don't make it past the high power arrow. So I gotta remember, next banner, if there's an arrow tower one that's decent, I want to grab that to see what the fusion looks like. I was hoping the arrow tower was gonna have enough range to retarget on him. I should have committed to that decision faster. And of course there's no arrow tower ones. All arc tower hits have a chance to cause a max health focusing lightning strike, not from jumps. Just a 1.2% chance to just 900 damage lightning strike something. That's tempting. That's really tempting. Yeah. 1% chance to obliterate its first target? Sure, why not? Sounds to me like I should focus on raising the fire rate on my lightning towers and see how that plays out for us. If for nothing else, but for fun. So their fire rate's already pretty solid. So it actually goes up reasonably when I upgrade that, so that'll work out pretty nice. And no, we don't want to spend the money on upgrading that one right now. Bear in mind, this is a boss wave coming up, which is going to be a little concerning. No, that still won't work out either. We are going to chuck down the extra arrow tower to kind of whittle things down, and we're going to put it right here. And we're going to have it focus on least health, so that things that are chipped down by these guys get cleaned up by the arrows. And we will do the same with this one, so they stop wasting their fire on weaker enemies. The fire of the other towers, that is. And obviously, if all the enemies still have full health, the arrow tower will just fire upon whatever. There's your first boss encounter, or Grimlock the Bandit King. Notice how much health he has. 7,500. He's gonna be a bit of a problem. Thankfully, there is one thing that's gonna give us a pretty decent edge against him, and that is the fire on the ground will chew him up decently quick. But I think we don't have enough towers in play to stop him. We'll see. This is gonna be rough. trim down his merry band of morons here a little bit, while also hitting him with the second one. I could have thrown both fireballs at him, but I wanted to trim down the horde in specific spots. I just don't know if I chose the right spots. Yeah, he is not as low as I would like him to be at the point he's at. But the rest of his men aren't surviving, so we'll see how much damage a boss does. I don't know if a boss is a guaranteed death or not in this, because some tower defenses a boss will just kill you, some of them they just take multiple hearts worth of health off. So there's no guarantee I'm stopping all of those higher health guys either. I should have saved my magic. Yeah, no, we might be okay on the high health. Oh, no, that's higher than it looks. Yikes. Yikes, 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 yikes. This might be another lose. One. Yep, boss failure is a guaranteed death. Okay, gonna have to remember that one. Oh yeah, you only get honor based on your high score to a certain degree. You can either get a lighthouse or a hero tower. Go and get the lighthouse. I'm interested to see what those missions do. I'm just doing so much worse today. Obviously, my brain is a little bit fried from the tech issues earlier. So, as much as I don't want to rely on that as an excuse, that is just partially accurate. Let's grab the extra worker and some extra wood. That should be good enough to help us get our feet under us a little better. Because admittedly, my first run went well enough that I was able to buy a lot of upgrades, and then the second run was carried by the extra upgrades. We didn't get that benefit off the tutorial run this time, because I skipped the tutorial and I think it went at me harder because of it. Extra elite enemies with a lot of health in the first 10 waves, but we get a rare banner choice for our first tower. Or half health for first 5 waves. Or let's take the risky one. Let's take the fun choice. And what we're gonna do is we're actually gonna throw the arc tower down first so we can benefit from it getting its rare choice. Interesting. Crit chance of an arc tower also increases its crit damage by 83% of whatever the crit chance is. Neat. But I'm gonna take the extra jump. Is now, since it'll be jumping to 2 enemies, it just magnifies its damage quite nicely. Let's see, we have an extra worker, we have extra starting capital. What do we do with it? We build the same things we've built every time, I think. But with 4 workers instead of 3. No, split it like that. No. Now stick with the wood, because we need the wood for building all of the other things. Where do I build? I could build the quarry and just start building every resource at once. No, because next turn we'll be able to get the tavern going if I stay on current course. Yeah, I don't think tax burden's worth it right now. We will grab the economy budget. Buff up the wood gain. Buff up the gold gain. Grain. There we go. I think that is a good start. And first wave, the lightning tower should have this under control. Yeah, that was completely under control. Tavern up so our production continues to be boosted. We're actually gonna see if it can handle the second wave. I'm curious now. We will go ahead and up the speed a little bit though. Yeah, that's just doing beautifully. That's gonna make our life a lot easier, actually. Being able to more freely spend resources to get other resources instead of having to stress over placing towers immediately. The double jumping lightning is just so good. Nah, we don't need any other ones. Look at this, I can even get more jumps on the lightning. And also, I would place down more lightning, but I have no stone to make lightning with. Yeah, that's... I just can't afford it. I'm gonna build the quarry now to be able to start working on affording that. I had other priorities, such as getting infrastructure on board first. We will put a volcano down. Here? No. I like the idea of it being here better. And since we can adjust their priorities at the moment, we will have them target largest group. This way it hits as many as possible, and trims them down a little bit before they get to the Arc Tower. Now you see why I was so excited about getting the Arc Towers, though. They're just so good. It does mean we can't afford another Arc Tower yet because I bought the volcanic mortar, but it's fine. It's all fine. Grab another worker. Them to work on the stone. Guarantee us that other Arc Tower, even if I spend it on something silly. Oh yeah, we can also start sending people on mission. Every 7 missions, the lighthouse offers a mission and where workers can be dispatched to return with loot a few waves later. Okay. So we have to actually wait on those. Which, that's the interesting thing, is there's actually some that are, like, amount of wave based. Like, the other bonus I was talking about that's over here, it lasts for, I think, like 5 waves, and then you have to spend money for it again. Expand first, and then we'll put the arrow tower down. Again, chipping them down a bit, because yeah, see, they're gonna leak a bit because there's that elite there. That's what I was trying to avoid, but I didn't do it correctly. Devastation always seems like a very fun spell. Was the spell I'm looking for an upgraded one, or is it just really rare? Because I've yet to see the spell I'm actively fishing for out of these heroes. Is there's one that hits the front, like, 8 enemies, and then you upgrade it to hit, like, 20 of the first enemies in line. It's just a really nice spell. I'm gonna take Grimir here for the gold and the chest again, even though I'm not the happiest about Arcane Explosion. Devastation might be fun, though. We could just get even more gold and be silly, but no, we're gonna take the wheat, because that's a good amount of wheat to increase, and the rest of our values are looking decent. And Grimir's a fun name. Don't really like any of those locations. I think I'll do the explore in place afterwards move again. First, upgrades. Upgrades, people. Upgrades. There we go. Bring that down to 64. I could make it even cheaper, and that would allow me to hire the last worker I can fit. Yeah. But, yeah, I did the stupid thing again. It's fine. We're committed at this point. We're committed to stupidity. If we build up enough wood, Scandinavian style is also really good because it just gives you more worker space for every house. So let's put the last worker into wood production. This wood will get us the brewery and the trading post and everything else. Oh, the lighthouse does physically exist somewhere too. It's over here. Makes sense. That's definitely a place where I would put a lighthouse. Considering, you know, over here doesn't always exist. Over here wouldn't be a bad place for a lighthouse either, or on this little island. But yeah, check this guy out. He's just out here swimming. He's just having a great time swimming. He's always out here for some reason. Swimming for the treasure, I suppose. But then, what? The treasure's right there. Why are you leaving? It's right there. Oh, you know what? You live your life how you wish to. Anyway, boop. And boop. More lightning. Yeah, let the 4 hit points we're missing here be a lesson in not resting on your laurels too long. Because the longer you sit around and go, it's fine, I don't need more towers, the more often you're gonna get slapped for it. Magma field is back. Faster shots for the arrow towers is nice. I don't think I've ever actually tried Lucky Shot before. 10% chance of an extra arrow, and it applies to the entire volley of Rapid Archer, which is interesting. So, like, it'll do its burst fire, and if it triggers it, I presume it then means it triggers an entire other volley. There's 2 ways you could read that. I'm gonna take the magma field because it's just really good. Oh yeah, there's also armor penetration and such we could look into. And take note of the fact that block is a concept. I don't actually know if block just stops the damage or if it reduces damage. I've not really encountered enough of it. You can also tell how well a tower's doing down here, in case you're interested in, like, hey, is my tower doing a bad job? Is if your tower's doing a bad job, you might want to, like, change how you're upgrading it or redo its focus. The Arc Tower did no damage last wave because nothing got to it. That's when you know good things are happening, is when everything dies before it gets to somewhere. Why does it even have crit damage? I mean, I guess it would have to have crit damage in case some silly person decides to raise it up from 0% critical chance. Do I want it doing extra damage against barriers? Not yet. We'll worry about barriers later. We have to actually get past the boss before barrier guys start showing up, I'm pretty sure. Since we have fire on the ground, let's go ahead and put another volcano. There we go. Put another arrow tower down too. Let's just go a little bit crazy with the towers for a second here. Just for a little extra security. Because remember, the longer the tower is around, the more upgrades it can get, because it makes its upgrades cheaper the longer it stays on the field. So there's actually a benefit to, like, spamming out a bunch of towers early on. But you also hurt your economic growth because you're spending your resources here instead of spending it over here. So it's a game of balance all of that around and suit what you need at the time. Yep, we got an elite raider over here. He is probably not going to make it since he is now more or less alone. I could cast Devastation to kill his friend, but Devastation doesn't work on elites, so it wouldn't affect him. We'll just blast him a couple times instead to help meter his health down. He might actually make it. Because this only does 100 per hit. 1, 2, 3, 4. He's dead. Oh, and oh no, that was the chest he dropped. We could send 2 workers away for a set amount of waves in order to get... Like, it'd be actually really cool to get that legendary banner, but oh, 5 out of my 6 workers being away for 4 waves is pain. I'll risk the 2 workers for 2 waves. I'm not comfortable doing the other one. Oh, no, it's only 1 more wave to upgrade it to a rare banner. If it was 3 workers for 3 waves, I wouldn't even consider it, but 2 workers for 3 waves is probably fine. Bear in mind, though, it takes them from the top, it looks like, so all of my woodworkers are gone. I'll need to adjust that. This is an interesting thing that I didn't think about, too, is it'll stay locked onto the first target it starts hitting until that target's dead, and then it'll switch. That's actually really good for some of the other tower types, one of which we can unlock now, actually, so... Let's grab a... Yeah, actually, let's have this arrow tower start ignoring armor. That's probably a good idea. The runestone tower is an interesting one. We don't have enough stone to buy one right now, so let's fix that. Buy some stone. Oh yeah, let's grab this chest. Fate's Eye. Each boss kill grants a banner reroll. Seal of Constancy. You can no longer demolish towers, but all towers deal 10% more damage. Allows spending up to -20 gold. While in debt, lose 2 extra gold per wave until it's balanced. Oh god, they even have interest on your debt. Yikes. We're gonna take the Seal of Constancy because I don't demolish towers already, so it's just a benefit for me. There's no drawback there. Now, see this nice little loop here? We're gonna put the runestone tower down in one of these little loops. Because you'll notice its range is real small. What this does is it locks a laser onto what it's targeting, and that laser will stay on its target till it leaves its area, or it dies. Take note of the 7 in fire rate a second that this has, and it'll make its lower damage make sense. We'll have it focus its target until death, as it gets easily confused otherwise. So that's just gonna chew on something. Let's take one of the stone guys off of there so that you're still getting wood. There goes a bot. And now you'll get to see the runestone tower in action. Ooh, dead. It's like you're taking a magnifying glass to an anthill with this thing. Just bzzz. Look at it melting that 1000 HP enemy right there. It's just really good at deleting particularly dangerous enemies as long as you got enough ground for it to stay on them. Exactly. Get microwaved, Raider. Exactly. Burn. Burn them all. Burn. I'm not turning extra evil or anything, no. No, why would it give you that idea? There we go, another level up for this tower as well. Anything I want to do with my economy at the moment? More importantly, is there anything I can do with my economy at the moment? The answer to that question, I think, is not really. We can get a percentage buff there. There are options for that. I mean, I'm already setting them on fire, and they just get to trudge along on fire until the next thing hits them. So really, they're just not having a good day. Okay, they'll come back on wave 10, so we're almost there. We've almost got our workers back, which means we'll actually get 2 banners here soon. We'll get the wave 9 banner, and then after the boss wave, we get our workers back, which gives us the other banner. This laser will actually be really helpful against the boss, since I have it targeting most HP, it'll more than likely lock onto the boss as long as something too tanky doesn't get in its way first. Actually, that might be a worthwhile rearrangement. have it focus boss first. This way, if the boss is in its range, it's guaranteed to lock onto that instead of locking onto something else that may have more health somehow. Even though that seems near impossible. Just cutting out that edge case, you know? Just make sure that edge case doesn't happen. We've unlocked the workshop. We can get the burst fire arrows. I need a volcano one, though. We're actually going to use one of our rerolls, finally. And it doesn't work. Unless I reroll again. Oh yeah, this is a neat one. The rune towers will actually buff the fire rate of towers that are near them. Unfortunately, I have no near that tower, so I'm not going to do that. Or we could have it split across 3 targets. But it cuts the damage, obviously, in 3. Or I reroll again. I'm going to reroll again. Hey, I got what I was looking for. Which of these do I want? We're actually going to buff the magma field. There we go. Oh, right, it's 3 banners from 2 towers, not 2 from 2. So I still need 1 more of each anyway. But it's fine. You start working on crit chance. You go pure power. Oh yeah, you're not even targeting correctly. No wonder you're stupid. So, 25 kills, 38 DPS. And again, this is further back and hasn't had as many targets. Yeah, I think we'll just go with it. Worst case, I'll plunk the arrow tower down to plug a hole if I need to. They just have a lot of run-up where they don't have any targets. Is the only thing that makes me a little sad at the moment. But our economy got shot in the foot by me sending 2 of my workers away. Look at it cook, though. Just melting all those fast guys before they can get past it. That's actually going to help us out a lot. But the thing I was afraid of is happening. But it worked out. Look at that health bar drop. He's gonna get out of its range, but it took almost a quarter of his health off before he got out of its range. So, not bad. Not bad at all. Let's go ahead and use the magic. I think we're still losing here, though, unfortunately. Focus the boss. Because he still has... Yeah, he has nearly 2,000 hit points left. We still lose. Unless we get a lucky lightning bolt. Which... I don't even have that one this time, right? Nah, no, we lose. Oh, that's such a shame. He has 47 hit points left. Ah, that's such a shame. I think I shouldn't have taken that mission. If I hadn't taken that mission, I would have had those workers and we probably would have been able to put another tower down to fix that. Oh, that sucks. That was purely just one bad decision through that whole run out. But now we have access to the workshop, and the workshop makes the tower inflation cost go down, and I believe the upgrade cost of towers also goes down. That's what that does. First tower gets common banish, lose 1 health per wave, or 40 wood. We'll take the common banner choice. 40 wood might be the smarter choice, but I think it's fun to have the banner choice. So there's just a fundamental flaw with my plan here. You're probably going to tell me something I already know and I'm just not doing there, Snork. But if it'll make you feel better, go ahead and tell me. Just bear in mind, I do know a lot more than I'm acting on, because I just go on whim a lot of the time. Yeah, that is usually smarter. In some games, it's actually better to do it the other way around, depending on how the AoE works. But yes, in general cases, you are correct. Because you chip them down, and then the single targets clean up whatever they need to. I'm just debating an economy change here. So I think there is a fundamental flaw in my economy path here. And I think it's actually I'm wasting my time getting gold immediately. I think is the runs I had when I was testing, I actually waited on gold a lot longer. So we'll get the mill again. We'll get the tavern right off the top. And we'll just focus these two resources for a bit first. Every upgrade. Every single upgrade in the game more or less requires it. All the things that make you gain more of individual resources, all of the upgrades, unless you wait for the cost to go all the way down to 0 on towers, needs gold. It's important. Just I think order of operations wise, I shouldn't be going for it first. That's the thing. That's the kicker to it. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to try to focus wood up very high and then coast on that amount of wood and then adjust from there. It's an experiment. Let's take the increased damage against high health targets. The arc tower got placed early again just because it takes care of the first few waves without me needing to think about anything. We can just wait out this one, we don't need to do anything. It's the third wave where it started to slip a little bit. So the extra damage against 70% health enemies are probably going to work that out. No, focus on getting the economy buildings all built at least first. Since we can afford to do that right now. So I don't need to build anything else for this wave. We should be okay for this one, and then it's all the waves after this where we need to start worrying. Yeah, as I figured, the extra damage is good enough for that. Ooh, 112% extra damage to 70% health enemies. Yes, please. Now we should have enough wheat to grab that guy. Build an extra house. And since we have something that modifies the damage of these, we're just going to focus damage straight up on those. We'll just plonk down an arrow here. It should be fine. Oh, do I? Oh, right, I did hire another guy and didn't actually place him yet. Place him on stone. There we go. I thought I did that already. I'm glad they give you a warning on that, because that's something you could very easily screw up, and it will do immense damage to your game. More games need to have warning labels pop up like that. Actually, a rune tower, like, right there might be great. No. No, wait for a better position than that. You don't need to rush it. Worker. As you'll notice, our worker quantity is already going higher faster than the other way around we were doing it. I'm not spending any workers on gold even though I have access to it. Do I need another tower right now? Nah. Let's see if we can get away with that. The answer is a vehement no. I should not have done that. But it's fine. There's Lightning Strike, which y'all haven't seen. Chain Lightning also hasn't shown up, I don't think. Still... Oh, wait, there we go. Shadow Rain. This is the spell I was looking for. Deals 200 damage to the most forward 8 enemies and inflicts weakness. But I don't use the trading ships yet. Or, I could try using the trading ships, I guess, since now they're much cheaper. And Lightning Strike would actually be really good against bosses. Yeah, we'll take Galen then. And we'll see what his common banner he brings is. Barbed arrows. Okay. Well, having a bleeding effect on those arrow towers kind of makes them a little bit better to have further forward. Or at least far enough forward that their debuff has enough time to work its course. I'll answer that comment on the YouTube video later. Let's go back down to 1 times speed for a second here, because I'm gonna do a thing as soon as I hit explore, but first, economy again. We don't need to build another house. I could get the fertility bonus going. Yeah, that's 3 more wheat per person. That's actually worth it. So upsetting being out of gold all the time. But the thing is, we can use the trading post to take care of the gold problem. That's something I never was thinking about, but I think that might be the better way to do gold, rather than worrying about the gold mine. Is these are guaranteed gold without needing to spend workers on it. And when you have excess of resources, you can also just sell them to get gold anyway. So these prices kind of suck right now. But I think that might be a better play. And obviously you can go for the tax burden option as well, once you start having more workers. Not that taxing your people is the greatest idea, but sometimes to keep everyone alive, you have to do distasteful things. Oh yeah, I spent the gold I was gonna use for the runestone tower, because that's what I was gonna place over there. I was like, wait, what was I doing here? Because I realized that was gone suddenly. It's fine, I can get that gold back next turn. But I do need to place a tower, which means I'm not quite gonna be able to do how I wanted. I mean, yeah. But we are just a village. We don't necessarily have to rely on currency. So I suppose a tax of resources could also work just as well, instead of a tax of monetary value. And that's Shadow Rain in action right there. Just, you know, there's a bunch of enemies. He's up at the front. It applies a different burden to the people being taxed. It depends on what's available enough to actually be taken from the people and actually have them be able to give you the value without ruining everything. And what would actually be beneficial to the one taxing. Yeah, Chain Echo. There we go. Go ahead and raise the damage on that for the second. Yeah, because now I don't have the stone that I need to make the runestone tower, though I'm kind of glad I made that decision, because this layout's not perfect for a runestone. I could put one there. It would do okay, but it's not quite what I want. I would put it over here, but there's no guarantee the thing with high health I would want it to chew on would walk over here, since the splits aren't guaranteed to end up the way you want them to. We will, however, upgrade the trading ships to keep raising the amount of gold we're getting per wave. Yeah. Those can then be used in place of whatever other resources needed and traded for insert thing, etc. Whatever ends up mattering. Yeah. Oh. Shadow Rain is my favorite spell, because I don't need to worry about timing or accuracy or anything. It's like, oh, guy's gonna get through. Bang. Put the sniper on him. Get him. Bang. Just remember, I only get 2 of those a wave, though. And we're actually gonna skip this mission, as nice as the banner would be. I'm not gonna risk it this time, because that ended up biting me last time we did that. Hey there, Dory, how you doing? And you're fine. It's impossible to keep up with following everybody we know. You're good. Don't you worry. Like I said, and to be fair, there's always the reality where Twitch did that weird unfollows people thing, because we've seen that happen numerous times. Well, yeah, you're my biggest anti-fan, Snork. We know this. Today has gotten good. It started off good, got bad with tech issues, and then became good again. So I would say it's overall a positive. It ends up working itself out. What do I want to do with my peoples here? Well, the issues themselves have not yet been fixed, but I've just pushed them off to another day. Minecraft is still broken, but we will figure that out before next week. The power of pivoting saves the day again. Just kind of, this is a thing. Exactly, Dory. Just gotta do what you can. Don't have enough gold for that. We're just kind of coasting at the moment. We're fine. Everything's fine. Haven't placed any volcanoes yet. I'm waiting for a spot that I'm happy to put one. Let's see what this next part looks like. Oh, right. I have another worker. To be fair, I happened to show you games that you were already interested in, and then I present them just apparently in a way that works for you. I wouldn't be surprised if it's I can do that better. I'm gonna buy the game and do better. Put it there. That's good enough. Have them start picking off the weak ones. No, he's got that. Choo! No, don't. You're letting that guy get through. Die. Solash you had bought on your own. We had talked about it, but I didn't end up playing that. There was something else, though. I know you're right in saying that there was something else that you had said you were convinced to buy. I just don't remember what the other one was. Oh, there was that Survivor's like the gun game. What was that called? Nimrods, I think it was. That one I remember we both talked about a decent bit. Yeah. I need to play that again too, because it gotten a couple updates. I just haven't had time to fit it into the schedule. But that's the perpetual thing after a bit. It's like, oh yeah, that game exists and it's gotten updates. And when am I gonna play it again? Soon, TM. Somewhere, soon, in the future, question mark. And it's really unfortunate sometimes with that. It's like, I wish I had the energy to stream like all day so that I could actually cover all the things I would want to cover. If I had all the things that I wanted to cover or play on my desktop, I wouldn't have any space on my desktop anymore on either monitor. Both monitors would be full. And it'd be worse than my desktop already looks. It'd be so bad. My backlog is in the hundreds. It is just a disaster. I think it'll hold. No, they don't take enough damage. Boom. Fixed it. We are still gonna leak a bit though, because I don't have enough magic to keep fixing it. But it's not gonna leak too much. There we go. One guy gets through. That is another thing, yeah, is something gaining new life because of mods throws the whole backlog into a spin. I've definitely gotten caught on that one a fair few times. Actually, yeah, let's take the fire rate upgrade for the arrows, because we do have the barbed arrows. That's the thing, is whether you're aware of it or not, the backlog is theoretically endless. Is there just maybe games you're not thinking of currently? Now, here's the thing. This is a single target tower, but I'm actually going to put it down just so that the bleed ticks on things. And we're going to have it stick to high health targets so that it actually, no, target with least bleed. Because I want the bleed to be scattered across the enemies. I don't know if that's efficient, but I like the idea. Because I want to experiment with how bleed works in this game, because I don't actually know how it works. So, if bleed is endless, which I don't know if it is or isn't, spreading the bleed across all of them will just generally tick them down. Yeah. I just don't know if it'll run out of duration, is the concern. But with how these two are spaced, they should do the job pretty well. And we'll actually have both of them go on a similar idea. Actually, no, he's been doing a great job picking enemies off. We'll leave him on picking guys off. Because we have room for more arrow towers, because we have lots of wood. Which is the other reason for this idea, is we have plenty of spare wood to deploy a bunch of bleed towers, essentially. When direct damage fails you, ... Oh, absolutely. Bear in mind, when I say things like that, that is with humor intended. It's not actually a negative connotation intended there. Yeah. I do have streamer debuff of having to talk at the same time. I just consider that part of the banter you and I have at this point. You got yourself that time. Lightning bolt. We're still in trouble. This is not gonna work well enough to kill him. Yeah, 2 lightning bolts later and he's still got too much health. Why am I having so much trouble killing the Bandit King this time? I disposed of him so easily in the test game. I'm just making, like, some fundamental mistake, or I'm just not getting the thing I need somewhere. That's meaning he just does not die. Maybe those meta progression upgrades I got that time really did make that much of a difference. Because, like, the upgrades we're getting to now, I got right off at the top there. Well, that's the thing, Snort. The behind the curtain thing that you don't know is my tower layout that I have is actually incredibly similar to what won for me at that time. That's why I'm trying to figure out what's different that's not making it work this time versus before. Nobody else other than me got to see that, so you don't have that context. But that's where the question mark comes from. I mean, there is that, yeah. It's you're losing because it's funnier to lose, so the world's going to encourage that to be the reality that happens. Let's grab some more health. Though that's not going to help against the boss, who either does he may just do like 10 hit points of damage as well. That is a possible outcome. Either does 10 health or just guaranteed death. But I like the boat idea. The boat idea is a good plan. $100 wood make a huge difference for us. But those elites could be really bad. Then again, when I risked it before, they weren't the thing that killed me. They caused problems, but they weren't the thing that killed me. The extra 100 wood, though, would guarantee us getting the boat up and running immediately. Yeah. The stone would also get us extra arc towers as well. I'm gonna go that idea. We're getting the trading post instantly, because that gets us immediate gold income, and you'll notice it didn't even take off our initial starting plan here. Because I can still get that. Nothing that I haven't already said, really. Like, I've outlined everything I understand about the process here, or that I can think of. Like, I would definitely say prioritize only the bare minimum of towers you need, unless your economy can handle a lot of them. Sounds good. Good luck, Snork, and have fun. We can get away with just an arrow tower back here. We have done that in the past. And what I'll do is I'll just only put arrow towers down at first, and we'll see what happens there. Is the ones that we're saying to Snork that arrow towers are more efficient are correct. Arrow towers are very cost efficient. They're just also very boring. And therein lies the problem for me with that. That is the bane of me being efficient, is that the efficient choices are usually not very interesting. Let's try being efficient for a moment here. Let's just toy with the idea of efficiency. And we'll just see about getting a bunch of free gold. Get an extra worker. So I think that's the point where we stop upgrading the boats for the moment, because 100 wood is too much to sink into that, but 8 gold a wave without spending a worker is useful. And we have 4 workers now, so tax burden isn't a bad thing to grab. And then we'll grab economy budget, since we're going to pivot into starting to upgrade all of these things. From there. So we get 12 gold a wave without needing to use workers. Do I think I need another tower right now? No, I think we're still fine. I think this is the last wave where we'll be able to get away with just the 2 arrows, though. Unless I take bodkin arrows, the extra fire rate might make that playable. I do want barbed arrows, but bodkins are too good. The rare versus the regular situation, as per usual. Get the house built, grab procreation power. Grab oak crusher to get a lot more wood. I also could have done a sneaky thing, but we won't do that right now. And with the bodkin arrow fire rate increase, I'm going to try to turn these into machine gun arrows, because I think it'll be funnier. And we'll go ahead and put our first arc tower down. Except the layout here is just not great for it. But I'll do it anyway. Okay, good. That's exactly how I wanted that to turn. This way it gets a nice long chance to attack things. It's exactly what I would have hoped for. We could actually put a pretty decent runestone down, like on this little circle here. And I may actually, like, focus range increases on the runestone tower once I place it. We need a little stone. I don't even have a stone quarry running. That hurts me in my soul to not have stone being made. There we go. I know, some of you may question what soul, but just trust the system. It's fine. We'll plonk another arrow tower down. Right, so it'll shoot them on both ends of that. I know I messed up and grabbed damage with that one, just don't worry about it. It's too late to worry about fixing that because it cannot be fixed. Therefore, just accept it and move on. There's an elite, which is a little earlier than I had hoped for, but he's going to be taken care of by the twins. And now we get our hero. Cheaper upgrades and gold, 1 chest and less branches, or 100 wood. That would just be another jump up for the boats, but guaranteed 20% more elite chances. Scary combined with the other thing we have going. Nobody has Shadow Rain, so we'll take Slays, who has Fireball and Lightning Strike. Lightning Strike will be good against the boss. As before, we don't need 17 gold that badly. I'm actually going to take the stone, because that's what we've been bereft of for the most part here. There we go. That will hold on to something from here all the way around, so that'll be pretty good against a dangerous target like a boss. We'll have it lock on until death. We have enough gold that we could just buy the upgrade straight away, too. Its range actually does go up decently. I have ideas because of that, but we'll come back to that in a minute. Established trade relations might be worth spending the honor on. Think about that. Right now, because I can afford it, let's grab maxed out economy budget. This way, all of the other upgrades are super cheap now. And start buffing up our overall production from there. Like, our economy is just much better this time because I'm not wasting workers on gold. Is there anything I want to do with your targeting priority? No, you're fine as you are. Carry on. Because we're basically using him to weaken them, and then everything else will take care of business from there. Since we're using a lot more arrow towers, we'll take the rare barbed arrows. We'll raise the fire rate on the arc towers as well. I have a couple conflicting schemes in my head in case people are confused about the actions I'm taking. Understand that I have two separate plans going on and they're not actually combining nicely. But I have not stopped either of the plans. We'll build the workshop now because it'll cut back on our inflation a bit. Yeah, you actually need the meta progression upgrade for this to help that problem. But we at least now have 10% lower our tower build costs in general, which helps fight the inflation anyway. Crusher, 60 wood a turn just from 3 workers is pretty nice. But you can see how much of a economic swing you can have if you're focusing a resource. I think a big part of my problem is I was too scattered before, which is business as usual for me, I think. I think y'all can agree. Ignore the lighthouse for the moment, because I need all those workers on hand still. We are hitting a point where I'm going to start getting worker locked a little bit. Oh yeah, actually, have you start doing the bleed plan. Especially now that they have higher and higher fire rates. This way they'll just scatter bleed amongst them while there's a decent bit of distance. And we will place another one of them up at the front here. In fact, you know what? Sure, we'll just splurge a bit on the boosted fire rate right off the top for it. Why not? I have the money. I don't anymore, but I had the money. That's gonna be the thing that gets me killed, isn't it? Is that one frivolous decision. And for the fun of it. It seems like bleed doesn't last very long. Oh wait, no. No, it's just hard to keep track of because the bleed symbol's very small and people are dying very quickly. It does do solid damage though. But I think it does depend more heavily on the amount of stacks you're putting. So spreading it like that might not actually be the best idea. Actually, raising the fire rate would probably be the play for this thing. I mean, that could be an option. We could just ignore all other stats and just purely raise fire rate for this round for fun. And just see what happens. Just, you know, what happens if you just only raise fire rate? Every tower is machine gun. And I know I'm disregarding the volcano mortars that I like so much, but I think this setup is just better. Especially since we don't have the magma tile upgrade. Because the fire rate on the volcanoes is just so slow. That's the only thing that upsets me about them. Though it doesn't hurt that we're getting actually a really favorable maze layout here, too. where we can actually, like, really leverage the range of some of these arc towers and things like that. But kind of the lesson here, to a certain degree, is the standard elite versus quantity option, where we were, like, using a handful of specialized, more or less elite towers versus having a wider spread of towers that cover more ground. I also completely missed, for some reason, the fact that the bleed slows things. I don't know how. I think I just, like, filtered that out because that percentage is really low. Huh. Yeah, let's raise those bleed stacks. I like that plan. This also means we have enough for a fusion now, so we'll start fishing for, like, arc tower upgrades or something. Because we don't even have the shadow tower. Which, that's probably the next thing I'm gonna do, is save up enough honor for another tower type. Is the next one we can afford is one I do really like. This is gonna be gold. Let's grab the brewery. Is the brewery is one where you can spend... It says it's per wave, but what it does is it actually takes away from your... I think it takes away from your income first. Yeah, notice we're now losing 8. But everything else gains a benefit. It's 5 wheat per worker right now. So if I went for purity law, it would go from 20 down to... Actually, no, it would go from 25 down to 20. That doesn't... No, that math doesn't add up. Yeah, because it's... No, it's 25 right now. No, that math doesn't check, but eh. Oh, no, it does check, because remember, we gained the 40% production bonus. That's why the math here didn't make sense. But we can do a clever thing if I want to and spend a bunch of my honor to get a free beer production for 5 turns. I mean, no, it would be 1 wave of beer production, rather. The upgrade that's still locked down here is the one that's 5 turns. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna grab a level of Swift Service. We're gonna grab a level of Purity Law. And this way we're only losing 2 wheat, but getting the benefit. Yeah, I think that'll work. Because then... Oh wait, no, we can grab Golden Fertility and be at positive. There we go. Pure benefit now. The only thing that's really benefiting it, admittedly, is our wood production, because the other ones are small enough that the percentage benefit isn't going to show itself fully yet, but it'll be okay. Here comes Grimlock! Does this setup work this time? I'm a little concerned because he still doesn't have that big a run-up. His health is going down a bit faster, though. Big tell's gonna be how much health he has left by the time he gets past the laser. Slow it down. Oh, I wish he didn't have that guy running right under him. There we go. I was trying desperately to target him. There we go. We finally got past Grimlock. And this gets you a legendary banner and something else. I don't remember the other thing. These are all really good, but not really what I was hoping for. Gonna take the chain crits because it'll raise their crit chance to being relevant. And we also get either a relic. Well, yeah, I think it's always a relic, but we're either getting 25% extra tower damage or 120 gold. I'm gonna take the... I was gonna say I'm actually just gonna straight take the damage bonus, but I think I'm actually gonna take the gold because of how much we can do with 120 gold. You'll notice we also got a big jump of honor because we finally made it further. So actually we could get like frost towers, shadow towers, or tornadoes. I do really like the tornadoes. First and foremost, let's spend this gold. Oh yeah, we also have hit the threshold where we can get the All-Thing Feast. This is what I was talking about. For 5 waves, your workers gain 30% productivity. Increases in price every time, so we would be spending 60 wheat to trigger this feast, but it would add 30 more productivity on top of the other bonuses we have. So we'll go ahead and activate that. We'll trigger the All-Thing Feast. This is what I was talking about with there being a benefit of having gotten to a higher level that made the game a lot easier. That production boost is powerful. And we'll go ahead and buff our wheat gain, and now we're gaining a ton of wheat a turn, even with keeping the brewery running. In fact, here, make that productivity bonus higher. Now our economy is no longer in shambles. Look at us go. Yeah, I like the tornadoes too much, though I need more stone to be able to use them. Speaking of, boop, boop. Look at how the production with one guy's flying away suddenly. There we go. We're making 50 stone a turn with one guy. We may or may not have escaped the problems we were having due to a giant boost of gold. It's almost like getting a big loan at the right time can make all the difference. As long as it's spent appropriately. There we go. Notice how we have enemies with a lot more health coming out. Like, they start really going for you once you get past Grimlock. They start to take you seriously. Just in case anybody's like, wow, all of this is gonna be kind of broken for him. It's like, well, it's kind of necessary. Because we can get through these guys right now, but it's gonna get worse. We are gonna need to ramp up pretty substantially to account for the strength of enemies we're dealing with. That's if we even survive this, which we should, considering we have 15 health. Even if a couple of them get through, which it's not looking too great for a lot of them at the moment, but I did burn my magic already. Okay, the towers are still hitting what they need to. Perfect. We had another perfect wave. I got a little concerned for a moment there, but my concern was not warranted. Yeah, now the only thing we're not really gaining a ton of is gold. So let's fix that, shall we? Build a place to get gold. And honestly, we'll go ahead and just transfer a worker over there. There we go, we doubled the amount of gold we're getting. But what if we did more than that? Now we're getting 30 gold a turn. It's just that simple. And the tornado will go right cha. These tornadoes kind of just travel the path and hit whatever they run into. So I'm not gonna worry about a focus for that. It'll just kind of hang out and do its thing. Yeah, I think we're good. See, the tornado just kind of goes. They're not like the most resoundingly powerful thing, but they're guaranteed damage to a good amount of enemies because of the fact that they just travel the path. We are not doing as well as I would like. So let's put some support fire in here. And some literal support fire, perhaps. Yeah, we are gonna leak like a son of a bitch this time. Notice how much of a big turn this was from the last wave to this wave. We went from a perfect wave to actually we're dead. So yeah, that's a thing. Actually, I'm interested in the sacrificial altar. Yeah, we'll be able to build up a lot stronger now that we have access to things like the All Thing Feast. Because that's your metal progression level, more or less, that unlocks things like that. I believe. Because I don't think it was just having the brewery. I think you do need to have a certain amount of progression in general before that opens. Now, spending my honor becomes a question. I do really like the idea of barrel-aged wisdom because it lets me trigger the thing earlier. Yeah, we don't have the rest of these things yet. And unfortunately, a lot of the starting bonuses are just really expensive now. Let's take Giant Slasher. Because a third legendary relic could actually make a huge difference. Well, it's more choices. We'll get an additional reroll. It's not really, choices aren't gonna really make us stronger, but it may be beneficial. I also really should use the statue at some point. I keep forgetting that it exists because it's all the way down here. But we keep getting better. Every time we do a bit better. First tower gets a rare banner. The elites really haven't been causing us too much trouble. Less boss health could be nice. The weak could actually be pretty good too, but we're gonna take the rare banner choice again, as I usually do. I will take full responsibility for that turning into a loss though, because I don't think I should have started messing with the tornadoes. I should have kept going with the efficient things at the time. Because with the amount of health on the board, I knew those tornadoes weren't going to do a great job for that. Oh, okay, they start getting a demoralization malice the more you murder. That makes sense. That is a really cool altar, though. Look at that. I can see why they get demoralized by people being sacrificed at that thing. I do like my trading post move here, though. I think that's a good move. We won't grab the gold from it immediately, though, because we don't have as much wood available this time. And we need, at the very least, to grab the mill. I do actually have enough to spare for that, so we will do that still. Because I needed the wood to be able to make the arrow tower still. There we go. Ooh, we can get the Timberwind mark. Then I don't have to worry as much about assigning workers to wood. Yes, 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 yes. That's a good idea. We won't do the immediate pivot there, though. We definitely had a good thing going. But now we get an additional benefit to spamming the arrow towers around because they just generate the resource that's used to make them. Which is just pure value at that point, really. And that's why people say that the arrow towers are cost efficient, because they literally make their own money back. Pivot that. Procreative power a couple times. Grab a worker. Do that. I'm gonna do an experiment soon. I need a little bit more wood before I start the experiment. And that's gonna be an experiment in, like, pushing worker count faster. And we will actually put a tornado up here. We don't want it in here because it's gonna end up getting misused because it'll be during the split where it won't actually hit the whole wave. While these guys have lower health, look at how effective the tornado is in the early waves. It's ridiculous. It sweeps the whole board. Ooh, increases tornado damage per missing hit point of the enemy. I haven't seen this upgrade before, and this sounds really good. Especially with where this tower is now. Later on, this is going to make that actually very effective. I'm very happy to see that. And we will go ahead and plonk down another arrow tower right cha. Keep raising our wood production without needing to spend workers on it. That tornado is wreaking havoc as a tornado would. In fact, have it focus on largest cluster of enemies. It's either that or have it hit the front guy, but front guy is guaranteeing it hitting over here after a bit. I don't want that. Is there anything else I can do at the second? We have enough gold that we can do benefit from both of those. We didn't have enough to get the discount, is why I didn't go for the discount. In case people are like, but why'd you do that? Why'd you do it that way? Well, I'm doing it the way that makes as much sense as I can manage to make sense right now. There's the elite. He could be an issue. Yeah, he's going to be an issue. He's getting right on through. Which is a shame, because those elites would generate chests, but we're not quite strong enough for that. There's Shadow Rain, which is really good, and 100 wood actually solves all my problems, so yes. And we will take... The gold would double the amount of gold we have, and we are producing a lot of wheat, so... and a lot of wood. Oh yeah, that's the other thing, is tornadoes ignore armor entirely. That's its unique thing. Yeah, just do 10 more damage, straight up. Now, this may seem like a sloppy setup, and that's because it is. This is an experiment. And I'm not 100% convinced the experiment's working. But it's not working, if that makes sense. Like, it's dancing in an in-between space right now of... You probably should be getting punished for what you're doing, but it's working well enough to keep you out of trouble. I'm gonna do that flip right now. Yeah, that still costs too much wood for what I would want to do. But Shadow Rain will make up for our current deficits. Right, I do have an extra worker. If I put you there, we get 70. If I spend the 40, we... Yes, that'll work then. Excellent. Because we also gain the benefit of extra wood coming in. The intent is to make the brewery next wave. In case people are like, why is he sitting there mathing out his thing there? It's like, I need to make sure that this math works. Oh my god, that... I don't know if anybody could see it well, but there was a bunch of like 120s and such from the tornado. And this is the other neat thing. The tornadoes are one of the other ones that produce its resource. We get stone from these. So now I don't actually need to make the quarry if I make a bunch of tornado towers. The quarry would be more efficient, but the tornado towers are just generating additional revenue, essentially. And that's one of the things I really appreciate about this game, is there's actually multiple workarounds for getting what you need. There we go, still gaining wheat, and we have the production bonus. All with only producing 2 of the 4 resources and still having what we need. I'm gonna need to step up my tower layout a bit here in a second, though, because they are getting strong. But as soon as those guys are injured, those tornadoes are brutal. Wait, I just had a thought. That tornado was doing crits on its entire path. Is the crit chance of the tornado based on when the tornado is launched? Not when the... Not on each impact of the tower? Ooh. Because that could explain everything. Huh. That's a thought. That's a concerning thought. A concerning thought that I really like the idea of. Is it's concerning for them. Great for us. Yeah. He'll sit there and chew on anything that comes in initially. Let's start actually getting our other production buildings up now. Put one of you off there, put one of you there. Perfect. Get the next level of that. Very good, very good. This way they're all wounded when they're running through here, guaranteed, more or less. And then the tornado can really just go to town on them. I think I might actually start guaranteed raising the crit chance on the tornado. Because those crits on it are disgusting when they land. And I say that in the best possible way. It does get very stone intensive to make tornadoes is the only thing. And that's a downside there. We are at about to be at wave 9, so Grimlock's coming soon. That is one thing I need to keep in mind. Make our upgrades cheaper for a second here. Magnify our stone gain a bit. Okay. You can also just start selling wood. But the gold gain on wood is pretty rank. So no, I think I won't bother with that. We will instead utilize some of that wood making another arrow tower. And we will put our first arc tower down up in here. No, over here? And I want it to be before the tornado because it's another one that's good at weakening a lot of enemies. I feel like it might be a bad idea to set them all up for the... Set them all up for the tornado, but I think it's a fun idea. Is the second the tornado doesn't end up killing them, we only have 2 arrow towers to stop whatever's left. That's also what things like Shadow Rain and Arcane Explosion are for. Oh, that elite got diced up by the rune tower. Great. Tornado's doing its work. Perfect, perfect, perfect. I don't know what that first word for perfect was. That was certainly a thing. I don't really need the tornadoes to be faster. They're fine at the speed they are. More stone production per tornado tower could be fun. But Chain Echo is just so good. Out of our resource bundle, we get more gold. Out of those choices, it was definitely gonna be more gold. This way we can up our production of things further. There we go. Get that production bonus up higher. As soon as we can afford the All Thing Feast, we're gonna start really seeing benefits. But I fucked up my order a little bit, so we're not actually quite gonna get what we need in time potentially here. Is Grimlock's coming? Let's put another Arc Tower down. A Volcano Tower here. Like, we're just gonna load up a bunch of towers to try to slow him down a bit. Do we want to bring that up to a 1 in 3? Yeah, why not? And I don't mean literally slow him down before anybody's like, but none of your towers do slow. Well, yeah, I know none of them do slow. Understand that that's not part of the plan. There we go. We're doing good work this time. Okay, I'm pretty happy with how this is going so far. Most of the wave is already dead. Grimlock's down to a quarter, and he hasn't even gotten to the tornado yet. A couple big guys he's got left are a little upsetting. Here, let's just poof, gone. That's a much better layout. So, again, I think part of the credit goes to getting lucky with the upgrades we ended up with. And this does sometimes feel like a game where the later towers are stronger. Let's see, we got Trinity, Focus Rune, and Runic Fire Aura. We don't really want the Runic Fire Aura, unfortunately. Damage increasing the longer they're attacking a target makes it incredibly good against bosses, which is kind of what we have the Rune Tower for. Well, bosses and high health enemies. The split beam could make it better at crowd control, but that's what we have Arc Towers for, so we'll take the Focus Rune. And we have the Ruler's Crest, the Ruby Ring, and the Artifact of Determination. Ruler's Crest doubles chance of legendary banners. Ruby Ring, for each type of listed debuffs the target already has, adding a new burn, bleed, or weakness increases duration by 2 seconds. Your towers do not receive level up for the next 4 waves, but all towers gain 40% extra fire rate permanently. You know what? That's fine. No level up for 4 waves? That's fine. Give me that fire rate. Oh, 11.2 fire rate for the Runestone Tower. Whew. Can you tell that I'm happy with this idea? Because I'll give you a hint. Yeah. All Thing Feast for the bonuses. Build gold mine so we can benefit with gold from that. Our wheat is in pain, but that's fine. We have 5 waves of benefit now. I've not actually used Shadow or Frost Towers before, but I think a Slowing Tower might be a good idea. Like, Slowing Towers are almost always a really good idea. But weakness making them take more damage is also super tempting. We'll go with Frost for now, though. Or that was a mistake, because Frost takes a lot of stone. I don't know what... The thing is, that's the one danger to unlocking towers, is you don't get to know what those towers cost. Or at least I didn't see the cost, if there was a revealed cost amount there. So maybe I made a mistake, maybe I just ended up with the wrong answer. Hard to say. Next turn, though, we'll be able to get one, or I can put another tornado down to get more stone, to then get them. Either one. we'll see how this wave goes. I'm decently confident with what we've got going on that we'll get through this wave. The next wave's gonna get spicy just like it did before. But the fire rate bonus we just got should be pretty good for us. Yeah, that's getting cleaned up pretty good at the moment. There we go. Stave construction is now available at the castle, which makes all village buildings cheaper to make, which is nice. Oh, right. Versatility is an upgrade that exists. We have 5 tower types, so we can just get the 5 free gold. So sure, we'll take versatility. And mind you, when I build the ice tower, we're actually going to gain more gold as well, I think. For each different tower type with at least 5 built towers of its type. Oh, no. I need more type. Bleh. I read that wrong. You need 5 of a tower type, and then you get 5 gold from that tower type. And then if you build 5 of another one, you'll then get another 5. I thought it was 5 different towers. Like, as in an arrow, a volcano, an arc, a tornado, and a runestone, for example. Let's see. Oh, the slowing range is kind of small. I want one probably like in here to keep them in range of these all for longer. One near the runestone would also have been very good, and I want one down toward the tornado, but I'm probably going to put a tornado up here. Oh, it also does damage, which is nice. Actually pretty decent damage with 85. Slow to fire, though. And of course, we can't have a new area without a new arrow tower. Let's see if this ends up biting me or not. It's doing better than last time. Let's see if the tornado comes in clutch or not. It's doing okay, but not great. We're holding, though. We're holding. Clean up with some shadow rain. Ooh. That would make it do the shadow tower bonus as well. Is anything within the radius of the frost tower then takes extra damage? These are all really tempting, but I'm gonna gamble because these are all common. Chance to freeze? Okay. But with the amount of arrow towers we have, I feel like Lucky Shot's the better choice. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it. Because these two don't combine and they're our highest things. But we have enough for another tornado tower now. So let's put the tower here. Because I want it combining with the frost. So that they're slowed while they're hopefully getting blasted with the tornado. And of course, continuing our rain of arrow towers all over the place. So it'll continue to increase our wood gain. The All Thing Feast is not active anymore, is it? Yeah. Oh no, it's active for a couple more waves yet. I forgot when I activated it. Grab another level of Swift Service. Yeah, we can't even hire another worker right now because I would need to build a house, which we can do next round if I want to. That's all fine and well. Look at the runestone just go nuts when there's a bunch of weak targets around. Just, who do I blast? I know, blast everyone. Now you see why I was happy to get those tornadoes, though, because they actually do really good work once they have some time and they're placed appropriately. Your hero has leveled up, because that is a thing that happens that y'all haven't gotten to see yet. You can make their spell better, but you can only choose one of the two spells, and they gain a tower and a economy passive. We're gonna make Shadow Rain better, because we can get Shadow Chaos, 200 damage to the most forward 20 enemies. Or you just do more damage and more weakness to 8 enemies. I would rather the larger quantity of targets. Gold per gold workers in each of the places, cheaper towers, or more spell damage. Make the towers cheaper, actually. That'll be nice. And these are all pretty good. Give me some Frost Tower fire rate, though. Make the Frost Tower less sad. That is actually a decent upgrade. This is another good spot for a runestone. Put it right there. So it'll laser whatever's coming through here for as long as possible. Until death. And we're almost out of the can't level things up era of life here, so we should be in a better place here soon. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. That's why I wasn't worrying as much about building that house, but we'll get it for now. It'll be okay. Actually, wait, no. No, I made a mistake, I think. Yeah, we wouldn't have had enough wood for it anyway. I was realizing I might have been able to make Scandinavian style cheap enough that it would have been better to do than buying the house. It will be now, because for 10 more we'll get a lot more worker space than one house would give, but I did not screw up my calculations that badly. The All Thing Feast is still going. I don't think we're gonna have enough wheat by then, so that's one concern to do it again, because its cost goes up a lot. But there's nothing else I can do before this wave, so off we go. That one guy in particular just gets a bad day. Now, I will say, when I was doing my testing on this, the second run actually happened because I just found myself unable to stop playing the game at the time, and I managed to stop myself after said second one. Because, like, no, don't burn through everything this game has to offer before you even do the showcase for it. No. Bad. Stop it. But let that be a sign of just how much I enjoyed this. The fact that I had to directly stop myself. We probably could get away with sending some workers off. It would hurt our economy, but we could get away with it. But at this point, no. Oh, it paused the benefit timer for these two. That's unfortunate, but not surprising. Need another 30 wood for that. If I get purity law, then actually, yeah, we will have enough wheat in time. Never mind, we're fine on that. My math is terrible today. But I'm also just doing fast math and flying by the seat of my pants here, so that shouldn't really be shocking. Yeah, each of these upgrades just does insert cost here for towers decreased, in case people are wondering about those. We could start doing tax burden. It's not really that big a thing. Like, I would be just as well off doing versatility because I get 1 more gold for tax burden. Then again, it does cost less too. Yeah, we'll take it then. And next turn, we could actually afford to make it better as well. No, don't get tempted. This takes less wood and will be useful as well, so we'll just put that there. No, that's 86 wood. If the wood cost on that at Arrow Tower was lower, I would have absolutely put another one down to keep expanding the amount of wood we're gaining from them. But I'm trying to get that at housing upgrade. And while I'm thinking about it. Let's show up Shadow Chaos. Kaboom! Half the wave is dead. It's just such a good spell. Like, they were right to limit you'd only be able to cast 2 spells per wave. If you could do more than that, spells like that would be disgusting. Now, mind you, it'll save us from regular waves. It won't save us from bosses, necessarily, unless the boss is the only thing, because then it'll fire all 20 bullets at that boss. Let's just weaken the mob pile that came out of these guys, shall we? There we go. Prism. Runestone towers that are inactive can beam to another specified runestone tower within their radius and transfer a percentage of their own damage. I just love these runestone towers more and more as we learn more about them, because they've got so many goofy, neat mechanics. But I just can't really make use of them right now. No. Don't have enough volcano towers to be that excited about this, but we'll take Magma Field because it's good. Let's just give us no, actually give us the wheat, because we're about to spend a lot of our wheat triggering the feast again. Yeah, we'll grab Swift Service to keep raising that even higher. Scandinavian style. Now we have more worker space. And that's why I grabbed the extra wheat, is so that we could actually afford another worker next round. Keep our economy booming. Because it's been booming for a while, and it might be starting to recede a little bit, and I'm concerned about that. Trying to avoid a grand old recession, you know? You also were supposed to be targeting group, and you're not. Don't vex me. The more you upset me, the more likely your tower is to be sold and burned to the ground. But since we have the burn bonus, let's go ahead and toss a volcano over here. Give them some more burning to think about. Besides, those are relatively cheap because we hadn't placed very many of them yet. This is not bad. I think the setup is going places. See those bubbles? Those are the barriers we were talking about before. Nothing inside that barrier can take damage until that barrier is destroyed. So this is where we start running into some problems. The good news is a lot of the enemies outrun the bubble boys. But this is why having some towers with extra barrier damage is important. Because otherwise you would just run into all kinds of issues where they walk through half your maze before they start taking real damage. But as you can see, we're cleaning up just fine still, thanks to how fast these arrow towers fire. They can pick off the weak enemies very nicely still. And I still have the panic button ready to go. In fact, kaboom! Get rid of some of the extra dudes. There we go. Another tower at 1 fire speed. Yeah, that fire speed just does not grow at a good rate. Let's actually raise its range instead. Have it just be a nice big explosion whenever it does happen to go off. Have you start matching the other tornado we have. And I could set up the automation for all of these, but I just am not that worried about it. And there could easily be a point where I actually change my mind with those, is the other reason why I'm doing them all manually still. Runestone towers are powerful, but the tornadoes get me a rebate on the stone used. But I could put down another frost tower. Put that down, like, in here. Help slow them in the range of the runestone that's over here. Yeah, I like that idea. The only problem with that idea is it's not going to do it often. Hire another worker. Boost our stone output. Create the trading ships to boost our gold output. And also grab the second level of tax burden to get even more gold. And then we'll grab purity law and things like that probably next round, since Swiss service is maxed out. And we haven't even maxed out all of the, like, gain more production per worker in place upgrades, so we're about to gain even more economy soon. I do wish there was a wave start button other than go find the explore button, and if there is, I just haven't noticed it. But having to go find where the explore button ended up with is probably my only complaint with this game. You could also just zoom out and solve that problem. Yep, still under control. I was real worried about that guy that was running by up there. I was like, is he gonna make it? I'm actually really happy with how this is going. I didn't think we were even gonna make it to wave 12, let alone 17. But here we are, wave 17, still holding pretty much perfectly. Thanks to the combination of towers I set up this time. I really do think it's the fact that there's a combination of towers that's making all the difference. You can't just one and done this as much as you can some tower defenses. At least not as easily. Got two different explore spots here now because we got a branch going on. And unless it links back, you will actually have it continue to have two explore points, by the way. Which can be a blessing and a curse. Let's actually finally build the statue. What tower do I want to make better? We have a lot of arrow towers. But I think either like the tornadoes, the runestones, or the lightning might be better for us. Oh, interesting. I've literally never built the statue before, in case people are confused that I'm surprised by this. Getting gold on kill for a specific tower type could be really interesting. The fact that it caps out at 7% is a little sad, but it would be busted as hell otherwise. I'm really interested in these Raven towers too, but we just don't have the honor for it. Let me do a head count here. We're on our arrow towers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Meanwhile, we have 2 runestones, 1, 2, 3 lightning, and 2 tornadoes. The lightning has accounted for 0 kills up here because it's just weakening. 30 kills here, 169 kills here. 28, 58, 106, 66. 16, 19, 35, 448. But the thing is, 10% damage on something like the tornadoes really isn't going to be that much. It really is between the lightning and the arrow towers. And since I'm going to be able to build another arrow tower, we'll put it on the arrow tower. Looks like I can't change that either, so I'm committed now. So that's unfortunate. But it's fine. Additional arrow. Okay, we can't afford granite grip right now. Golden fertility. Vein tracing. There we go. I completely forgot about the fact that we didn't even put any buffs in there. It can definitely have really long runs. Like, this is like the 4th or 5th run today, so I can't say that it has super long runs all the time, but it can definitely have some real good long ones. Like, I think my first good run was like near an hour. And this one, I think, since I've been running it at double speed, is what, like 45 minutes or so, I think, at this point. I haven't really been keeping track. And I see... Oh! I didn't even realize that's what the statistics it was going to track were. So that's what's doing the best damage. The two runestone towers, I think, are the orange ones. They've done the most, then the arrow towers, then the lightning, then the volcanoes, the tornadoes, and the ice. Yeah. And it filters other things too, like average damage, what's gotten the most kills, which is actually the two tornadoes because of how much area they hit. It even tracks the spell for how many kills. That's actually crazy. DPS is actually funnily close between 9 arrow towers and 3 and 2 of the other 2. I've never actually looked at these statistics, so that's neat. That wasn't what I was looking for. I was trying to see if there was a way to tell how long this particular run has been. Oh yeah, there we go, 39:28. Oh yeah, you get all the stats you would ever want. And it's not a very expensive game either. If you wish to see the store page, there you go. It's right there. Nice and convenient. Uh-oh. We are going to be attacked. Oh no. There is more attackers. There they are. Thank you for the raid, Voila. How did your Factorio go? As you can see, this is where I ended up after the little bit of Minecraft debacle that happened. We're just hanging out here, having a good time with a neat tower defense game. I did just trigger the command for the store page for the game, but I'm going to do it again for all of y'all that popped in. There you go. If this game catches your eye, there's the page for it. Oh, you got the quality game going. Okay. How's that been working out for you so far? I assume since you only just started it, it hasn't gone wild yet, but it will. I believe in the gamble. There's nothing else really I can do with the town building up here. Yeah, exactly. Release more dudes. Let them run like rats through the maze. It really is, yeah. It's incredibly comfy, but also consumes your entire mind if it hits at the right time. Yeah, we got a lot of barrier boys coming out. That's upsetting. Oh! Some of these guys have wings. Hold up. I want to see that model better. Where are you? No, not that guy. Oh, they're gargoyles. Okay. I just saw something that didn't match the rest of the models. I'm like, hang on, what is that? Oh yeah, and that's the barrier guys, by the way, Orc Shaman. Okay, as you were, back to top speed. Go. Zoom. Oh, they are actually breaking through pretty hard here. We're in trouble. That's a shame. That really is a shame. They finally outdid my broken economy growth. We can either get a relic off of an ever-changing market, or we can get risk-reward modifiers. Let's get the relics, because we really haven't seen too many relics in this game yet. And we have lots of honor to spend to get even stronger. You and me both. To be fair, that is my gift, to break things in ways even I don't understand. And boy, do I wish I understood. I feel like it really is related to the weird issue I've been having with the Minecraft account on the launcher being weird. I feel like the two are connected somehow. Like it's just a problem that just keeps getting worse. But I don't really have any good logic to apply to that still. No, we were using CurseForge. And then, other than CurseForge, it was going through the vanilla Minecraft launcher. I might if it continues getting worse. The only reason I say that is I don't know if support can even help, is we don't know the nature of the problem. Well, yeah, that's kind of the problem there, but we need it for the way that mod pack's set up. Yeah. Let's see. First enemy to touch the village shield receives 3,000 area damage. Okay, so that'll get rid of whatever hits you. Gain 3 gold whenever you build a tower. Demolishing towers now only refund 10%. Yeah, we may just need to do a complete rework and get rid of CurseForge. I don't know. 2 gold for every spell is also nice. Then again, I have lots of turns where I don't spend any gold. But early on, I'll be spending all my gold all the time. All of these are choices that I'm not certain about. That is also true. That's why it's not like an immediate, like, yeah, we should just do that. I'm gonna take the gold incentive, because I don't demolish towers. So this is just pure benefit. Though I could... What does this actually do? Okay, it just completely re-rolled them. Now I gotta think about it all over again. 50 gold for every boss defeated. For each wave where a tower is dealt 0 DPS, it permanently gains 3% damage. Huh. So you're saying that every tower that doesn't get to perform gets stronger. So say your tower line is long enough that the towers toward the base don't get to attack anything. They just get stronger every wave, guaranteed then. Huh. If you do not use your energy in a wave, you +1 energy in the next wave, stacking. Okay, that's actually also really good. Minus 20% elite enemy chance, no. All elite enemies have significantly more health. And the next 4 elite enemy chests only contain banners. And +1 tower banish per tower type you already have chosen banners for. Nah. It's between Fractured Arrow and Everflow Scepter for me. And I think I'm going to take the Scepter because spells are just so good. Okay, so how do I want to set up at the start this time? I think it'll be fun to actually just have a tornado straight off, because the tornado does such good damage. I don't know if it's going to be good enough, but we'll find out. Trading post. Oh, there's the market. Okay, so every 5 waves we'll get another relic choice. Okay. That'll work out just fine. We definitely had a good thing going with getting the wheat going quickly. We'll hire an extra worker and just split them between these two. Let's see if the tornado can handle on its own at the start. Yeah, it handles just fine. Harness the power of natural disasters for fun and profit. This also gets this built up earlier because it's gonna gain levels fast. Fastest because it's been down from the beginning. Get the buff ready to go. Ooh. What? So you lose 20% productivity for all workers, but 3 random workers get 60% more? Huh. That's great when you have a small amount of workers, but starts to become terrible once you have more workers. So there's probably... Oh, that's actually an interesting idea. What if you just run with only 3 workers? So they're all guaranteed to get the 60%. I think there's an idea there, but it's too late for that because we already bought an extra worker. I'm just thinking of ways to break this, don't mind me. Just instantly debating the biggest shenanigans I can pull. We all know how this works. Place down an arrow just to start chipping the new wave here. I don't need this to happen. I'm just doing this just to make sure we have more towers to gain levels. Tempest Stopper. Tornadoes briefly stun an enemy on impact, but they can't be re-stunned for 10 seconds. I do like that idea, because that'll buy time for another tower to spawn. I mean, another tornado to spawn. I do really like that idea. Let's just go raw damage with these tornadoes this time. As fun as the crits were, I don't think they're that good an idea this time. And I purposely skipped to this wave as far as economy goes. Okay, that guy leaked through because he had a lot of health. That's not a surprise. The stun does seem to be effective. Build the house, hire the worker. Get our stone gain going. Problem is I now can't afford to make any more towers, so this might actually be a little bit more leaking. But that's okay. Okay, we got Xander, Sten, and Albert. Xander... probably no. Sten... 100 wood, cheaper building upgrade costs, that's pretty good. Arcane Strike and Chain Lightning, also pretty good. Albert has Shadow Rain, which I do really like, and 40 gold is very tempting. I'm gonna take Sten just to try out Chain Lightning. And I just don't want to keep pigeonholing myself into Shadow Rain, because I don't think that's very interesting. Let's be real, we know Shadow Rain is busted strong. We don't need to keep proving that. Yeah, go ahead and get the brewery going, because we can just get that bonus rolling straight away. And we'll trigger the All Thing Feast, even though our bonus right now isn't that high. I didn't realize the wand was gonna build up power even before we had spells. I can cast a spell 7 times. For those that came in from the raid and don't understand why I'm cackling about that, ordinarily you get 2 spells per wave. Right now we can burn off 3 times that amount if I really need to. And I can let that keep building up as long as I don't need to use my spells. So I can just go ham on a problem. That is actually going to be very beneficial to us. And we will plonk down another arrow tower because that's what we can afford. This setup is scuffed right now, though, in terms of actually dealing with these enemies. Because they're getting to where the tornado is with too much health left. And the tornado just is having a hard time coping. There we go. That solves that, though. We'll take rare lucky shot, because it's rare. Let's get a arc tower up in here. Right here, I think. Here? Here? Here. Yeah, over here. Let's have this be the starting tower. The economy is definitely a little bit in shambles. I made a mistake. Something I decided to try to do, I think. But let's keep pushing the productivity up and we'll be able to correct our course. I will admit part of our productivity problem is we did not gain the benefits of the wood bonus for every arrow tower like we did in the last round. Wait, I only cast one spell. Where'd all the energy go? Oh, right, resets the energy when a spell's cast. I should have just went ham then. I forgot that it resets. Whoopsie. Well, let that be a lesson in the usage of the wand. We're not in a good position to use the lighthouse. I know, you may be thinking, well, when are you going to be in the right position to use the lighthouse? To that at which I say, good question. I have no answers for you. Do I sacrifice a worker for a relic? I still want to see how that works. I wonder if this will actually reduce the worker cost as well. You know what? For science, since this is already getting a little scuffed. Burn them for power. All building construction costs fall by 60%, not for towers and outposts. Duration of bleeding is increased by 3. This would have been great to get earlier, but I'll still take the 60% reduction. Because now, like, the statue is cheap, the workshop is cheap, the gold mine is cheap. It doesn't apply to upgrades, which makes me sad. And if it applied to towers, I would have been over the moon about it. But unfortunately, it doesn't. But the other one just wasn't that good, because we don't have... Yeah, we don't have bodkin arrows to actually do bleed. So it wouldn't have mattered. Do I even want the statue right now? Not really. Workshop could get our tower building costs down. We don't really have a spare worker. Okay, we don't get a cost refund on the workers either. So that was a terrible decision to make, is what that's telling me. Good to know. Consider that more carefully in the future. For now, though, runestone. Zzz. Get out the magnifying glass. Burn the ants to a crisp. To a crisp, I say. It really does just turn into a whole light show with that occasionally. When it doesn't have the lock targeting and focus activated. No, don't let that man live. Thank you. I was about to be real upset if that guy walked through freely. First relic is free. We could get the 10% damage. Yeah, free 10% damage. Because remember, we have the... If you demolish a tower, you get very little payoff from it, so those two relics actually synergize nicely. How about more lightning? And another arrow for color. There we go. A worker to replace the one I murdered. We don't need to talk about why or how. You could definitely be much more efficient if you sit there and mess with their targeting focuses and such a lot more than I have been. But, you know, we make do with the level of attention and skill we have. And we have fun here. That's the important part. It's more important to have fun than to do well. And I always have a good time working the jank weird options. Oh wait, yeah, it wasn't bodkin arrows, it was barbed arrows. That was the bleed one. I don't really want any of these. Try again. Opening blitz is pretty good. Ooh, that's an interesting idea. Have the tornadoes do bonus damage initially, and then get real weak when they get toward the end. Opening blitz is the better choice here, though, because it's guaranteed extra damage without any drawback. How are the damage numbers looking? Look, this is how powerful a runestone tower is. Notice how I have one of them and it's matching and exceeding all other towers. But bear in mind also that it's at the front. So there is a modifying factor there. Do I want to add another tower? I think we're good. I don't think I need to. Oh wait, this was the boss wave. I definitely need to then. Never mind. So we are actually chewing the boss up pretty good. Maybe I didn't need to panic buy an extra arc tower. It's fine. And I might not even need to use my magic. He's got 462 health left. Might be a better idea to safety. Brain just misfired there. I was gonna lightning the other guy a couple times since I was gonna lose all that energy anyway. The brain just went, you want me to what? And then the lightning didn't happen. We're taking the Timberwind mark because that extra wood is too valuable. Next 5 elites drop 2 chests, the debuff ring, or... Oh, that's the other one that grants a choice of legendary banner. Yeah, give me another legendary banner then. 2% extra damage for every missing 1% health. Yeah, because considering this tornado is my finisher, I want that. We will go ahead and unlock the ability to get shadow towers, which cost gold. Okay. The only tower we're missing now is the Raven Tower. And that's going to take a lot of honor to earn. Raise the damage output on that. I don't feel like that was as good a set of boss rewards as our last one was. Get that built. Yeah, let's start building up gold so we can actually get some of those shadow towers out. I want to see what those actually look like in action. And we'll slap a frost tower down on this corner for fun. I'm not sure we're gonna make it through this since we were kind of dicey a moment ago there. I'm less concerned now. Because the scraper damage should clean these guys out pretty good. But with the tornadoes. Yeah, it's doing almost 200 a hit as long as these guys are hurt. Yeah, a little bit of leaking will happen, but I don't want to burn any magic, otherwise we won't get the build up. I do want to have the Shadow Tower going into this corridor because the weakness effect will make all of this do much more. Oh, and they're homing shots, so I don't have to worry about them missing. Not that anything in this game seems to miss, other than, like, the volcano mortar. Unfortunately. I have no gold right now. Oh yeah, I missed the next activation of the All Thing Feast. That's why everything suddenly became less efficient. Ooh, increased resource yield from chests would be kind of nice, but we have no gold. Speaking of, we have no gold. Why am I even looking up there? There's nothing for me up there. Town has nothing for me. Oh, okay, so the burst actually can hit multiple enemies. Very good. I thought it was like a 3-shot burst hitting the same target. That actually spreads the weakness out, which makes me happy. Very good, very good. Less good that they're leaking a bit, but it's mostly okay. Each kill from a shadow tower has a chance to inflict a victim trait on the enemy with the most HP, causing them to take an additional 10% damage from all sources. Neat. But how about we try that again? Increase the weakness applied, raise the scraper damage, or magical charge? No. There's the barbed arrows I was talking about. Yeah, let's take those so we have enough for a tower fusion. I just need to get 2 more lightning bonuses. Because I do want to see a tower fusion before we end today, damn it. So let's mute that so it stops popping up. There we go. You keep getting more raw damage? Actually, no, let's raise your range a little bit. This way you can better catch the guys that move in a little too far. So I may add like an extra tower up here for safety soon, TM. Actually, I can make another tornado. I should put another tornado somewhere. Like in this pocket here where there's not a lot happening, probably be a good place for one. Have it just run down this whole pathway here. Purposely keeping them far back because of the fact that they benefit from enemies already being wounded. Oh yeah, they've got speed boost guys now. I forgot about them. I have seen them before. Is I think when a specific enemy dies, he calls for like a speed boost for everybody around him. That guy got through, but that's okay. What's chain lightning upgrade to? Lightning net. 500 damage to an enemy, jump to 7 more targets than usual with increased jump distance, or 1,000 damage to an enemy and jump to 3 more targets than usual. I think I like the higher damage chain thunder, actually. Looking at me like that. Each worker generates 1 gold per wave. Could be good, especially with our gold gain being very sad. Extra beer productivity could be good too. And... coin save me. Alright, it's the gold gain. Let's raise the Shadow Tower fire rate. I can't afford a relic right now, and these aren't that great anyway. I didn't actually really want any of these. I could unlock another relic slot, but no. Where do I put in the shadow tower if I put one down? I think like right before they go into the tornado here is probably a really good spot. I know this is burning my gold over and over again, but it's fine. We get trading ships going, and that'll sort out the gold problem. Our wheat gain is currently really crippled, and that is causing us a problem. But we'll solve that next turn, if I don't get distracted again. He says knowing full well that he's gonna get distracted again. But shh, it's okay. Yeah, they really do cover the whole enemy wave and weakness whenever they're near or one of those. That is really good. Yeah, and there we go. That's the combo I wanted, is the tornado hitting while they're weakened so that they're taking even more damage from it. Oh, but they are gonna leak a bit. Had to solve that myself, but we got out of that, and that's because we had the extra spell charges, which we don't have anymore. Sad face. There's probably a meta to actually spending gold upgrading the hell out of particular towers. There's as well. Actually, just push the fire rate on that up a bit more. It's like if you just have tons of gold and just upgrade towers like crazy, you probably gain quite a lot of power that way. We do have an alley of a lot of arc towers, so let's actually buff our arc towers, because they do benefit from the 10% pretty decently. I wonder if we'll actually make it to that boss wave. I feel like we won't. I'm lacking in confidence right now. There we go. Get out of the negatives with that. Boost our gold gain a little bit. Can't quite get another boost there. Keep putting more arrows towers down. Yeah, volcano towers are nice and cheap, so let's at least get one of them. I really do like them. They're just not... They haven't been doing it for me right now. But maybe now they will show their true calling. Because we do have, like, large waves where there's lots of targets for them to hit. Looking good, looking good. Having trouble getting past this tornado at all, but there's where the point happens again, where they just start passing right on through. Speed boost guys happened. But they're lowered enough that it's actually able to hold. Very good. Alright. We have a lot of arrow towers, but we already have 3 upgrades for arrows. Chain crit really doesn't do that much on its own, but I did say I was going to try to get a tower fusion. Which is actually really hard to do with the way things are currently. I completely neglected economy budget. We'd get 5 from that or 5 from this. This is cheaper. Take the 5 from this. Don't quite have enough wood for the ship upgrade. Passive production? That's an idea. That's a great idea. I'm assuming there's gonna be one like that for this too. That gives me ideas. Not for this run, but for a future run. Since they're only like 20 gold for that upgrade. Oh, there's crazy potential there. I really like what I'm hearing with that idea. That is a tasty, tasty idea right there. Up here come the barriers. This could be where everything goes wrong for us. Is we have been ebbing and flowing between doing really good and getting real close to death here. So this could be the break point. But I just need to keep my hand ready on the thunder button. Tornadoes do chew barriers up pretty good, so there's that. But this is the problem right here. No, we're dead. Even with that, we're dead. I think the scuff we had with our economy early on is what killed us. Like, I made just a few goofy enough ideas along the way that it just didn't take off the way I wanted it to. Yeah, either practice makes perfect, or where was the other one? I was like, yeah, I definitely need that. Barrel-Age Wisdom. Especially since I keep trying to rush getting the beer production going. That might be the right choice. This is also a really good one, the maturation process. But I think for now I'm going to take Practice Makes Perfect so we can get more towers out. And this will probably be the last run for the day. If it lasts a decent amount. If we get bodied early because I make a bad experiment, then, you know, obviously that's not going to count. Extra elite chance. Build up money. Cast spell, get money. Tower damage. Whenever you leave the market, you get 10% extra spell damage. Next common lighthouse mission requires 0 workers. That could be great, because it's basically a free banner at that point. The 30% boss health is scary. I'll take doppelgangers. That seems fine. And we'll take the free 40 wheat. That guarantees us a worker. Yeah. We still can't quite do the double worker right off the bat at move, but that's fine. Is what we can do is we can get Endless Woods straight off the bat and have 20 wood production without having to assign a worker over there. Which allows us to more freely buff up other production. Like getting stone production going straight off the bat or something. I may have been better off getting gold production, even though we had that discussion before about gold production not maybe being the best choice. But remember, we're still experimenting with things. We haven't found the best move here, or the move I enjoy the most either. Now we can get another worker. It's kind of a neat idea to think about, to just not assign a woodworker at all and still keep gaining the 20s. But we can get 30. 30 is good. We don't need anybody else yet. Now we can get the gold mine and reassign that guy to gold. Yeah, just free 20 material of any kind is silly. But that's by design, I presume. It's meant so that you can actually get further and further, because you have an easier and easier time building up. That does mean there might be a break point at some point where the game is too easy. But that's what the other difficulty level presumably is for. Is for accounting for when you make the game too easy. By getting too far. I think aiming for stone and gold and just piling rune stones around might actually be crazy good. I know I keep bouncing around between what I think the best setup is. But that's gonna keep being the case. I have no point in actually buffing wood production because we have no workers assigned to wood. I reflexively went over there, I'm like, wait, no, that doesn't work. Slight buff to the gold production instead. And I think we're fine for the moment. In fact, let's go up to how? Okay, 4 times is the highest speed you can get. We'll go with that until like wave 9 or 10. Lightning strike and chain lightning, ice strike and arcane explosion, fireball and arcane strike. We'll take Elthoric. Mostly for the free resources. Give me the gold because I need gold. What I can do with the gold. Now I can't quite afford Rocksteady. Sad. I was gonna be cheeky, but that's fine. Hire another worker. Get us more gold. Get the beer bonuses rolling here. Yeah, currently it's gonna cost 30. I did build up enough for Barrel Age Wisdom, actually, so we'll do that. Get that multiplier rolling. Now, bear in mind, all these worker bonuses aren't going to help our wood right now is the only problem. So I may actually want to pivot one of the workers over there now. So it doesn't get left behind too hard, because wood is kind of, you know, vitally important. There we go. That's actually a really good looking economy for wave 5. I'm happy with that. You go ahead. Part of me's like, what happens if I just sit here and keep pumping range? But no. Let's actually go for crit chance on that, because the Arc Towers do have a banner that synergizes with crit chance that I've been consistently ignoring the idea of. And we'll put a Shadow Tower here, because that'll make this runestone terrifying. Look at them just getting destroyed. That is just so good. I take delight in obliterating my enemies. Runestone? Runestone? I really am gonna try just the spam runestone strategy, I think, because it just amuses me too much for me not to try that. And especially here in the early game, look at how quick they're just demolishing everything. And since our common one doesn't cost any workers, off you go, fake people. Get me more things. I do need to have gold available on this round because we had a market offer coming. So here's what we're gonna do. We're actually gonna sell stuff for a change. So we have a little bit of gold on hand. And that should allow us to afford getting what we're gonna try to do there to happen. We'll plonk down an arrow tower because it's nice and cheap wood-wise right now, and send this loop further this way for the minute. The fact that we're getting a larger split point there does have me a little bit worried. I'm gonna try to push that lower section up so it meets the other one. Let's see. 25 stone at the start of each economy phase. Reset to 0 when a tower is built. Cast a spell, gain gold. I'm curious about how that works. Because right now I don't think we need to worry about building a tower. So we can get away with letting that stack up. At least for a turn. If not more. Okay, this looks like it'll combine. Unless it'll refuse to combine, which it might. Vulnerability. Weakness decreases the enemy's defense attributes. It also increases the duration of the weakness debuff. So they lose 25% block and armor from that too. That could actually be very important. And there's our free common banner, which can either be one of these two. I'm gonna take the bodkin arrows because darkness just isn't that useful because 3% is just too damn low. We do have to figure out what kind of fusion we're trying to aim for here. And yeah, we only have one explore button again now. Very good. Oh, I see. It's stacking a bonus to the amount you're gaining per wave. So if we wait one more wave, we will have a ridiculous amount of stone stocked up. But the only thing is I'm not sure if I can wait another wave. Like, both, I'm not sure that I can wait, and I'm not sure I want to wait. We all know how impatient I can be. But, build this, and I buff my rune stones. Let's give it a shot. They'll still split. Oh, it is the boss wave, though, so let's slow our roll a little bit here. Grimlock is getting chewed up pretty good. Does have a lot of hit points left, though. Nope, we're losing to the boss. Oh, that's such a shame. That's only a 10-minute run, though, so we will go again. Yeah, that experiment worked, but didn't. That stone stacking probably would have been ridiculously powerful if I'd used it correctly. I used it a little too greedily, so it blew up in my face. So far, our record is wave 17. Interesting. All towers deal 5% less damage, but the tower that dealt the most damage over time, the most DPS in the last wave, gets plus 100% damage. Which basically guarantees it's gonna keep getting the reward, though. Huh. And more health for the village. You get 2 more energy if health of the village is down below half. And things we've seen already. I don't really want any of these too badly. Like, the 40 wheat's nice, but let's see what the rares are. 7 towers cost 20% less. Demoralization Malice gets minus 30%. Next banner reroll gives the same banners back, but increases the rarity by 1 grade. The banner that you have picked the most is always offered in banner choice events. Productivity bonus due to beer increases by 20%. Give. You know, usually I don't even use alcohol in a video game, but in this game, my village is definitely just entirely populated by alcoholics, and I'm fine with that. The benefits, man, the benefits. Yeah, I think the strategy isn't leveraging the wood bonus. I think it's actually going to be we build the quarry, grab Rocksteady, and just don't put anybody in the quarry. Appreciate it, Extrude. Dude, have a good night, get some rest. Hopefully you will sleep well. Let's see. Let's build the trading post immediately again this time. I think that was part of what was hurting our economy a little bit. I was splitting my people incorrectly. There we go. We're getting 20 to all of them again. Welcome. Let's commit to an arc tower here this time, because we know the arc tower can handle right off the bat as well. Back up to 4 times speed. Zoom! It might be funny to just build nothing but arc towers and see if that works. He says, knowing full well that that could easily mean that this is not a long-lived run, too. That's the fun part of these things, is toying around with ideas and seeing what happens. Get more worker access. Though I did just spend the wood that I was going to use to get gold going, but that's fine. Arc tower number 2. Chain crits. Just gonna skip this round. Dead. Haha. Didn't get enough wood. So we'll grab trading ships. Because the idea is then we will start increasing the amount of wood we're gaining, and we'll see how that goes from there. Arc tower number 3. Just going full live wire here. We actually commit further to that I didn't get chain lightning again. And he is the resource guy anyway. The gold would be nice, though, from Stenkill. His spells kinda suck. But for variety's sake, I think I'll actually take that. And it also... oh, gets me Lightning Surge. You know what? That's fine. Because remember, we're also trying to get the tower fusions. So, we need more banners. Can't afford another arc tower, which makes me very sad. Technically, there's a way to solve that problem. For wood gain, we'll actually put somebody in the stone mine now. Get 5 from that. We don't have any towers for versatility yet. So yeah, we'll go ahead and add tax burden. There we go. Now we're gaining 10 gold a turn without a gold mine even being in place. Our economy is still a little shaky. I have the elixir of ale boost and I'm not even using alcohol yet. It makes me very upset. There we go, legendary chain echo. That's gonna make a big difference for us. I'm just not generating enough wood. Procreation power gets me another worker though, so we'll grab that. Increase the wood generation. Add another arc tower. Go, my Tesla towers, win me the game. I don't need units, I only can place down Tesla towers. Say no to the lighthouse. Some people will understand what I'm making fun of with that thought, and then others will wallow in ignorance. This is actually surprisingly effective. Oh, that would have actually been nice. An extra 5 wheat production per worker for 5 waves. 20 free gold from the next enemy to hit the shield, from every enemy that hits the shield, would also be incredibly good. But we're too poor. So none of that for us. But you know where we're not poor in? Lightning towers. Behold my Tesla coils. Swift service for even more buff. We really do need to get enough wood though to get the brewery going. That way we can actually benefit from the elixir veil boost. I have very strong concerns about whether we're going to get through the boss, though. Just look at how long it's taking to kill some of the higher health enemies. That's why we get higher damage against things with higher percentage health. Yes, yes, this is totally the correct answer. There's no way I'd be able to sell enough to get the beer bonus right now. I think I'm going to have to give up on it being only arc towers and like grab shadow towers to go with the arc towers. I know I'm ruining the meme, but I kind of want this to go on, so I kind of need to ruin the meme a little bit. Yeah, that's making that way more effective. It's still gonna be upsettingly close. And got him. And now we get a bunch more perks. Very good. Ooh, we can get a legendary upgrade for opening blitz, chain echo, or lightning surge. So I guess you only get banners for towers you've actually placed, huh? So that's why we're only seeing lightning bonuses. I mean, I guess we could try for the unique bonus instead. Also, legendary opening blitz, yes. The next 10 tower upgrades are applied twice. 120 gold, though. 120 gold. I can do things with 120 gold. Like, make my economy boom. 20 passive wheat gain from the Wonder Seed. There we go. The Source of Wealth. Oh, wow. You can actually unlock a Source of Wealth 3. I guess that'd be 30 gold a turn? Oh, boy. I like what I'm hearing. Tell me more. Tell me more. I know we don't have beer yet, but shh, it's okay. Don't worry about the fact that we don't have beer yet. I have gained money. I have spent money. We'll stay at 2 times speed because I want to be able to control issues if issues come up. Because I feel like they will. But I do like that this tower can attack some enemies early now, so it gets more value. That's actually going to be a very big benefit to us. Nice. That's actually under better control than I thought. In fact, actually, let's buff that one's range so it can hit them a little more consistently early. We do have enough wheat for the All Thing Feast, so give me money. Give me everything. Give me resources, cause I want everything. We have nobody working the gold mine right now. I don't want to pull anybody off of wood manufacturing, so we'll pull one of the wheat guys off. Considering we have Wonder Seed now. I'm assuming we can handle another wave. This is also going to be all of my stone. If I put it here, it can attack both sides. And I'm actually purposely going to have this attack nearest village. I don't know if that's a mistake or not, but that's what I'm gonna try. There's probably also a much smarter meta, by the way, as far as your progress goes, in actually not picking up as many turrets, like unlocking them with Valor, or Honor rather, and actually spending that Honor getting meta progression upgrades instead. I do want to note that. Increases the amount of projectiles at legendary. So I might as well just wait for the legendary version then. I could get higher chain echo. In fact, you know what? Let's do that. More jumping. Upgrade both of the shadow towers to shoot more. Now we have the power of beer. Yes, yes, look at that value. Look at all of the material we're gaining. And I'm probably gonna die this wave, I'm gonna cry. Maybe as we'll lose all of this value. We would get 5 gold from the lightning towers now. No. Taxes. Let's go. Nope, they're coming from 2 different doors now, but that's fine. They're still filing into one singular line by the time they get to us. Which I may just start filling this one singular area up more, or with lightning towers to benefit from the shadow towers more. Yep, that guy's getting through. So is that one. And I could have prevented that. I just didn't react quick enough because I thought the lightning was going to turn and blast him. Well, I want Ice Strike upgraded or Arcane Explosion upgraded. We can also just get more beer productivity, so sure, why not? An extra jump for my lightning towers? Okay. Sure. I'm more interested to see what Ice Strike does. Ice Blast or Freeze Bomb. Freezes them for 3 seconds, inflicts strong slow. We can just look at what the other one does too, though. Power Accumulation, 150 within radius, gain 2% spell damage. Arcane Impact, 400 damage within radius, gain 1% spell damage. No, I do like these better. Let's take the Freeze. We can use that to, like, freeze them inside power range. These relics all stink. Try again later. The bomb would actually have been somewhat helpful, but eh. It's a one-off. I'm not that excited about a one-off. So if I plunk down a shadow tower here. Yes, here, because that'll benefit these 3. We can't afford the lightning tower now because I used my stone for another shadow, but that's fine. Increase your fire rate a little bit. Some of these really should be getting some crit rate, but I keep not thinking about that until too late, basically. Increase the productivity further. Elfing Feast is already going, so we're good on that. do again? Right. More productivity bonus. You know what? More productivity bonus. Problem is I keep spending the wood before I remember to build a house. So we keep ending up in a loop here. And I don't have enough money to buy wood. And it's too late for stave construction at this point because we've already built basically everything that matters. There's 2 me, so that doesn't do anything. Yeah, we need that one guy working the farm or we're in trouble. What was afraid of there. There's not really anything we can do to benefit ourselves. I mean, yeah, we'll go ahead and grab Ancient Bargains for the next relic if we survive that long. Explore this way. Yum. Since I've not been taking action on the things that are happening particularly anyway, we may as well just go zoom. This setup's actually working really well. Look at that. Nope, I shouldn't have said anything. The second I said things, bad things happened. But we still held. We lost, I think, 1 hit, which is fine. Hey, you guys start getting your crit rate on instead. There we go. We have so many different exploradors now. Oh god. This is why I'm not building towers out here, because what the fuck do you do with this? It's a mess. What you do is you build more lightning towers. And you hope they jump enough to do the thing. It's out of control and I'm here for it. There we go, build that. Make their procreative power better. In fact, we could actually grab 2 workers off of that, so there we go, 2 workers. The Elfing Feast is still going, right? Yes. It ends in 2 waves. So I actually do need to raise my wheat production so we can meet the demand there. 76 gold a turn is stupid, and I'm so all about it right now. Go this way. Oh, I forgot to upgrade you. Crit rate. Oh, they are pushing forward pretty nicely. They're also frying quite nicely. Ooh, Shadow Towers transfer excess damage to the next enemy, increase their crit damage to the projectiles. Okay. Okay. I do like the idea of that. Transferring excess damage does sound really good. Also, it's getting just so prohibitively expensive to make more arc towers that I kind of need to have something else going on. But the focus build is actually kind of working. Let's get the workshop. Let's make upgrades cheaper. So we can do some very silly things with that, as you can see by the fact that a bunch of towers suddenly say level up on them. But what if I did something silly, like, oh, I don't know, just massively inflated the crit rate of a particular tower, or with my massive amount of gold. And slow time down. Freeze these jerks. That's actually going to work against me a bit, because now the barriers are better aligned, actually. This might have been a horrible mistake. It was meant to have the barriers get hit longer, and it worked for that, but not entirely according to plan. But I think we're okay. We're gonna take a little bit of damage from the dashing guys, but other than that, we might be okay. Nope, we're dead. Game mode unlocked, casual mode. I see what you're saying to me, video game, and I don't appreciate it. It's like, hey, you suck. Could you try going to easy mode? Established trade relations are really still tempting me. Okay, yeah, there's a level 3 of all of these. I'm surprised the lumberjack camp hasn't unlocked yet. The other ones have all unlocked. Why did that one not? I mean, I guess you don't need it. Probably should get shield wall. We're not at 4 hours yet, so I think I will do one more. Because I keep using such high speeds that these aren't going nearly as long anymore. I think raising my starting resources actually might be my best choice. And if anybody missed the store page before and is now interested, there you go. There's the store page again. In case you have been convinced at any point to pick up the game for yourself. As you can see, I'm having a great time with it. Yeah, let's take the free worker thing, unless... all banners in first banner choice are at least rare. Yeah, we'll take that. I'm tempted to try the all lightning build again, but I think I might actually do a different experiment this time. And I'm not sure it'll work, but I'm curious. I might go all shadow towers, though that gets gold expensive very quickly. This is the only concern with that one, similar to the runestone plan. But things like the damage from a kill carrying over caught my attention. So I'm curious to see how well that would work. I'm very sad to lose the big beer bonus that we had. But, you know, that's how the ball bounces. And here's the clever thing we're actually going to do. We're actually going to grab Source of Wealth for instant free gold gain this time. This does mean, though, that we can't get Shadow Towers, so the Shadow Tower build isn't going to be a thing. You know what? We'll go with the... This will be the basic bitch run. We'll make nothing but arrow towers. And see how that plays for us. Well, what it'll probably be is just like with the arc towers, it'll be like arrows and shadows. Just so that there's some help. Because I think we've proven that solo tower or type does sort of work, but not completely. We have 3 workers, so we'll split them like that. Grab another worker. Him there. And grab the Oak Crusher. Because we're going to need a lot of wood if we're going all arrow towers all the time. The good news is all arrow towers all the time is a bit easier to get rolling because you can spam the arrow towers out a lot easier. We can also get our first shadow tower in. Anything I want to do? Not really. We're a little poor to do anything crazy here. Bleed arrows. I'm just kind of letting it ride for a moment here. I'm gonna go the crit rate route for these again. I feel like that is gonna multiply faster than pure damage. We don't have one ready yet. Thing is, since I'm spending so much wood making arrow towers, we are running into one slight issue. It could reduce the wood cost of all of the towers, though. Probably a good idea. That. Building upgrade costs going down is actually a pretty solid choice right now. Free banner is also good. I'm curious to see what the upgrades for Fireball are. In this situation, I'll take the gold. Because we can also now grab Endless Woods to keep getting more wood. The Ents would hate this village. Just using and abusing wood like crazy here. Just throw some fireballs for fun. Here we go, get overdose. Grab trading ships. Economy budget. I should have bought economy budget a while ago, but it's fine. I have other more expensive upgrades that it'll still get me just fine. Yeah, this is where this starts to fall apart a little bit. Like, it's holding, but that's by virtue of the Shadow Tower, not by virtue of the arrows. We'll get our free common banner. And once they start having quantity of enemies is where this is going to start getting shaky. Because our arrow tower costs are getting a little too high. It's part of the problem. And we have no stone production because I keep fucking around. We can get even more gold production, so hooray! Gold will make up for the lack of stone, right? Those are rocks. Yep, there's the leaking. There's the pain. Oh, we're dead. Yeah, Operation Basic Bitch was not a good idea. That's not a surprise. Like, I think the economy setup was okay, but the fact that I was trying not to use anything other than arrows was a problem. We'll just hang on to that honor. And one more time. Oh wow, they took away our other bonuses. Like, you're doing a bad job. Just no, nothing for you. Just stop screwing around. 15% chance to produce 4 extra resources per work cycle. For gold, they only generate +2. I think I'll just take the Seal of Constancy. And the guaranteed rare. Like, of the just use this, the lightning towers definitely did better. I don't want to open with a shadow tower because those don't really do anything on their own. So maybe I might just do like the lightning and shadow again. There's a part of my brain that's like, what if you built the brewery first? The answer is nothing would happen. Nothing good would come of that. But building the tavern immediately is an idea. We go like that, that. Still have enough for the first house. That's an idea. Don't know if it's a good idea. We can grab the Wonder Seed immediately and just not have to put anybody in there and just put 4 people on wood. Yeah, actually there's an idea there. It's a goofy idea, but there's an idea there. I have thoughts. I don't know if they're good thoughts, but I have thoughts. As you see, now our wood gain is going wild. Grab this. This way we start gaining gold. And this wave should be okay with the damage bonus. Yeah. Chain Echo. Thanks to the little bit of gold we have, we can get Oak Crusher 1, which gets us even more wood. We have enough for another worker. Which gets us even more wood. You might notice a theme developing here. Plunk an arrow tower down to start chewing on these guys a bit. His arrows and lightning do go together, so that works. Get the trading ships again. This will reduce things just the touch we need to keep the lightning tower able to hold. Where do I go from here becomes the question. Answer is we get economy budget before I forget about it, because invariably I'm going to forget that that's a concept again. Make a fool of myself. If we want to have more lightning towers, I need the quarry. So yeah, we'll grab the quarry. We'll cut down on wood by 1, just so we can start getting stone. Plunk down another arrow tower down here. Again, to keep just trimming their numbers down just enough that this continues to work. I actually don't need the 100 wood for a change. Trading ship costs down by 40% though. Yeah, that goes in with my plans quite nicely. Sourceful deals. Though it looks like they mean this, not the trading ship upgrades. Oh wait, no, it is this, because the first upgrade was more expensive than that before, wasn't it? Genuinely already forgot, but we're doing that anyway. We're actually going to build that and grab Source of Wealth, so we're gaining more free gold. We'll figure out making actual gold here in a minute. Granite Grip. We don't have anybody in here, but I'm going to grab Golden Fertility for when I have a spare worker to put in there. Because I have plans. Lightning Tower goes... yeah. Very good, very good. We could boost our wood production. Why not? It's also decent bonus damage for these things. Shadow Tower goes between the 2 of them. And that's what we're going to be working with. Arrow, Shadow, and Lightning. I'm not going to go crazy with tower types because otherwise it's going to muddy our banners badly. He says having done that numerous times already, it's fine. Gets us 7 more gold. That gets us 16 more wheat. I think the 16 more wheat's a better idea at the minute. Completely under control. Mostly. I could technically spare some of the woodworkers. But that would lead into the boss wave for the rare banner. Do I think I can get away with that? The answer is sure, why not? We're playing dangerously today. We can also balance it out by actually building the brewery. Starting to get Swift Surface built up, so this will still work out. This is still completely within my control. Pay no attention to how much I'm lying to myself right now. If you think I'm worried about the boss wave, you'd be right. I'm not too concerned about before that at the rate we've been going, but I'm very worried about the boss wave. Ooh, that would have been great to have earlier. Interesting thought. Elite enemy chests can no longer hold relics or banners, but guarantee 100% more resources. I'm actually going to take the Druid Wand, even though that burns the gold I'm trying to use. The Druid Wand is going to be kind of helpful if we get a chance to use it before we just die, which is a question mark. I need to start building houses and things. This is where our economy starts shaking itself to pieces. Is because I make a critical fumble there and it just all starts crumbling. Or at least that's the impression I'm getting at the moment, and I'm a little concerned about that idea. We'll see. We'll see how this plays out. Our biggest problem is we're not generating enough stone to get any shadow towers to help ensure weakness is spread out enough. Because all of our power is condensed right in here at the moment. Lucky Shot is the better choice for us at the second. Trigger the All Thing Feast. Gonna do something specific other than that, and I've forgotten what it was, which leaves me very worried. I know it involved fixing our stone problem. In fact, I think I've made a terrible mistake, actually. What I should have done was arrange so that I could build a house and then get another worker, but I fucked it. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna fix it anyway by just switching a worker around. It'll be okay. Oh, then again, I don't have rock steady, so I could actually grab that and get extra stone production that way, or granite grip. Granite grip would only get me enough for a little bit, though. Elevated masonry? That would only drop it by 3. Now, I think Rocksteady's the choice there. This way we can keep the guy on wood production and still get the Shadow Tower in time. I think that's just a better choice overall. Slap another arrow tower up here. I am worried about this wave, but I don't think there's anything I can do to make it better. Suck it up and fight it. Just be ready with the magic. Nope. Just barely not enough firepower. That's what I was afraid of. I should have went for 2 lightning strikes on him instead of clearing some of the board. But I panicked. That's just how it goes. Yeah, that's NordHold. If you are interested at all, you've seen the store page put up a few times. I personally do highly recommend it, but I cannot make you buy anything. So that is, at the end of the day, entirely your choice to make. The choice I'm going to make now, though, is where we're going. Because it is 10:30, and it is past where I usually stop any other night. So, rather than being tempted to continue playing, like I am genuinely very tempted to do, we're going to find our way out of here. Is genuinely, I could probably play this till past midnight and still be happy. God damn, there's a lot of people playing Repo again tonight. So when isn't there a lot of people playing Repo right now? Which, on a related note, since I'm going to be talking about schedule anyway, Thursday coming up is going to be another Repo lobby. I mean, yeah, exactly, Pazzy. But of course, going back to the actual beginning of the schedule, Monday is going to be the start of the Legend of Dragoon playthrough. Tuesday will be Freedom Unite with Pazzy, who's there right now, and Vale, who is not currently here. Then the Repo lobby on Thursday that I mentioned. Friday is currently up in the air, and then Saturday, theoretically, we'll be back to Minecraft if I can fix the problem we had with it today. If not, that may actually be the nail in the coffin for that one, but we shall see how that goes. I was hoping to have finished making a decision before I finished rattling off the schedule, but as is usual, I'm too fast at rattling the schedule and too slow at picking a raid target. Let me see where some of these people are at, and that'll help me narrow my decision down. There is somebody that I did want to send a raid to. Yeah, exactly. It's complicated. I have a lot of choices that I actually do want to pick from here, Callista. Just give me a little bit of time on that one. It's not that I don't have choices, I actually have too many choices. And that's where the decision making's coming down to a problem. Of course. Appreciate y'all hanging out. I do apologize as usual for the fact that I end up stalling out here at the end because I'm like, I have decision paralysis. That would be a good choice, but that's also a good choice. Can I at least, like, narrow it down to 2 so I can flip a damn coin and save my sanity? That would make my life easy. Yeah, you know what? It'll be you or... pick somebody not also playing Repo. Let's give some variety of choice based on what the coin lands on. Let's have a look. What are you doing right now, and how well is it going for you? As soon as Twitch stops throwing ads in my face. No. Not interested in what they're doing at the moment. Yeah, you'll be the other choice. Sure, why not? Alright, heads it's old, tails it's new. Let's go. Alright. We're going with that then. We will be seeing somebody who's playing Repo after all. Because we will be raiding to Trouble Bun, who... it says it's their birthday on the stream, but I know they were going for... I want to say they had that for their title the other day, too, so I don't know if today's their birthday or if it was their birthday recently. But we'll go with that anyway. She has been very supportive the handful of times I've encountered her, so we're about due to send a raid that way anyway. So that'll work out nicely. So, thank you all for taking the time to be here. I apologize for the fact that we ended up so late in starting, considering the technical issues, but that's how it be sometimes. We already talked schedule, so we don't need to go over that again. Yeah, that's all I got for y'all today, so be good to Trouble, she's good people, and I will see you on Monday. Good night, everybody.